And that'll be fun and productive, won't it? I hope. Okay. We did it. Hello. If you're watching on YouTube, welcome in. We have started the live stream. It is some day of the week. It is Wednesday. Today's stream is all about camping trips and prepping food for a camping trip. I like to go camping. It's an important part of my activities, my hobbies, and I love cooking while I'm camping, but if I'm camping and the point of being there is not to cook, I like to have everything prepared ahead of time as much as possible. So today, that's what we're doing. We're prepping as much as possible for all the meals that I'm going to be having on a camping trip that we're doing coming up. So this is tent camping, by the way, like out in the woods in a tent. We're going to be going away. It's my son's spring break. We always go camping during spring break, and that's what we're going to be doing. So today, we have a list of things to do. There's a couple things that we're prepping completely, like start to finish, prepared foods, essentially. Thing number one, breakfast taquitos. So this is just something I sort of had in my head that I'm like, I bet that would be interesting. Let's see how it goes. Basically, I have like enchilada-sized tortillas. I'm gonna make eggs, like individual little eggs in a cast iron pan, like sort of scrambled egg, sort of fried egg. We're gonna put the egg in, break the yolk, and like fry it flat and flip it. So it's like a round egg. We're gonna put cheese on that. We're gonna put bacon on that. We're gonna put avocado on that. We're gonna roll it up in a tortilla, and then we're going to freeze them. When I'm at camp, I'm going to heat them up over the fire. They'll be unfrozen by the time we get to them for breakfast. So I'm gonna freeze what I can today, because it will stay frozen for a while we're there. It will slowly unfreeze in the cooler, and then it'll be thawed when I need it. So that'll be good. Other things that we're making completely, we're doing banana bread. I'm gonna do muffins this time. I love like a big slice of banana bread, but I am gonna do muffins. I think that's the goal, because we haven't done banana bread muffins in a while. We're going to do dinner. One of the dinners is Sloppy Joe, which I've made on stream plenty of times. It is a recipe from my friend Megan, who is linked in chat. Her recipe for this is actually not online anymore, which is kind of annoying. But it is a basic Sloppy Joe recipe. We're also going to be doing a bunch of other prep. So for the banana bread, we're making honey butter. So here's the prep that I'm planning on doing today. Or actually, here's all the things that we're eating. Here's the menu, the full menu. Breakfasts are going to be those breakfast taquitos that I mentioned. I'm going to make pancakes. So for the pancakes today, we're going to prep the mix. It's just like a regular pancake mix, but I'm going to add a little bit of I'm going to add a little bit to it. Mainly like buttermilk powder, I think. I forget if I even have. I was thinking, I was like, shit, do I even have buttermilk powder? I think I do. So if I have buttermilk powder, we're going to add that to the pancake mix. We're going to make the banana bread. We're going to make banana bread muffins. We're going to make the honey butter for those. Oatmeal is going to be another breakfast. I'm going to portion out the oatmeal. We're going to check to make sure that the special toppings jar is topped off. I think it is, so I don't think we're actually going to have to do that. Lunches. One of the lunches is going to be on the road. Another one is going to be in a town close by to where we're camping. We're also going to get lunch on the way home. So that's like, lunches are kind of taken care of. The lunches that I am going to prep for, one is quesadillas. I'm not prepping for that at all. Am I prepping for that? Yes, I'm grating cheese for that. Forgot to note that. So let's grate DILLA, great quesadilla cheese. Okay, sorry. Had a like, if I don't write this down, I'm not going to do it moment. Okay, so quesadillas are one, and then another lunch is going to be a hike day lunch. This is going to be vegetables and hummus, like basically just a dip, like a big thing of hummus with some raw vegetables. So I just need to cut up broccoli. I need to cut up broccoli for that. And I think that's it. No, broccoli and peppers, a red pepper. We're going to cut a red pepper for this too. So those are lunches. Those are pretty straightforward. Dinners. Oh, the quesadillas are also going to have chicken in them, which leads me into the dinner portion. Dinners. Dinner number one, and these are not in any specific order. Dinner number one is going to be chicken quarters on the grill. So this is a campfire meal. Chicken quarters with mushrooms and carrots in a cast iron pan with a roll. The chicken from that, I'm going to make extra chicken, and we're going to use some of that in the quesadillas. So that's dinner number one. Dinner number two is sausage with peppers and cheese. So like a sausage and pepper situation. This was a chicken sausage with a jerk seasoning on it, which sounded really good. Another dinner is pasta with Alfredo and meatballs and mushrooms. I'm going to cook both the mushrooms and the meatballs today so that when we are camping, all I need to do is boil water and get the pasta cooked. The Alfredo sauce is pre-made. I bought that from Reading Terminal, from By George, a stand at Reading Terminal that sells like pre-made sauces and really good sandwiches. So we're gonna do pasta with Alfredo, meatballs, and mushrooms. And then, as I mentioned, another dinner is Sloppy Joe's. That's gonna have cheese and pickles and tortilla chips. We're just gonna make the Sloppy Joe today. So that's gonna be stream. It's a lot, but I think we can get through it. I have a full prep list ready to go. Like I already thought about it. I thought of when to do things and like how to kind of wedge everything together and get it all in and like make the timing work. So we have what time check? Time check, 13:32 my time. That's 1:32 p.m. Eastern. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 6. Call it 5.5 hours to get all that done, which is achievable. So let me run down the prep list of everything we're going to do today. We're going to clear the freezer, which I did because we're going to freeze some things. So I like to have something checked off before stream starts. We're going to clear the freezer. We're going to soften the butter. We're going to cook the bacon. We're going to bake the meatballs and package those. We're going to roast the sliced mushrooms and package those with the meatballs. We're going to cut the peppers and onions for the sausages. We're going to cook those slowly in a cast iron pan, and we're going to package those. I'm going to cut the peppers and broccoli for our crudité lunch. I'm going to package those. I'm going to clean the mushrooms that are for the chicken dinner. I'm going to cut the onion for the Sloppy Joe. I'm going to package. Then we're going to make the Sloppy Joe. We're going to package and freeze that. I'm going to make the banana bread muffins. We're going to package and freeze those. Then butter should be softened from the top, so we're going to make the honey butter and we're going to package that. Then we're going to make the breakfast tacos, which includes cooking the egg and cutting the avocado, assembling the bacon and the cheese, and we're going to roll those and freeze them. Then we're going to do the pancake mix, we'll portion the oatmeal, we'll cut the rolls for the sausages, and we'll grate the cheese for the quesadillas, and by that time, I will be exhausted and hungry, and we'll be ready to go. We'll be ready to end the stream. So I say go. I mean, we'll be ready to go camping, but we're not leaving tonight, nor are we leaving tomorrow. We're going to be streaming tomorrow again too. But I wanted to do all the prep today because today's the day I have the time to do the prep. So let's maybe get started because my oven just made its happy beep that it is ready to go. Marianne, welcome in. Hello. Happy Wednesday to you. Pepper, we are doing a whole bunch of prep today. The main things that we're going to finish cooking are our Sloppy Joe, our breakfast taquitos, and our banana bread. Those are all going to be like finished today and like finished, packaged, frozen, and ready to go. Everything else is going to be a packaged in some capacity and put in the refrigerator. So lots of prep today. I am noticing, and I know that SoFluff put this in the Discord earlier. I am editing the message with my friend Megan's info in it live while I'm here because it doesn't come through. You can't click on it in mobile. Let's try it again. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. Let's get started. Step number 1, clear the freezer. We did that. Step number 2, soften the butter. We're going to get to that. I'm going to make honey butter. So this is basically, I'm just going to take the butter. I need to soften it enough that I can like whip it with some honey. I'm going to do 2 sticks of that because Calvin really likes honey butter, and like it's not gonna go bad. So it's fine to do a little extra. And next step, cook the bacon. All right, so the bacon is going to be for our breakfast taquitos. I'm basically just getting all of the ingredients together. I want to cook the bacon first so that it dries, so that it cools down enough, because I don't want to put hot bacon in when I'm rolling these up. So we're gonna roll these. Basically, I had this idea, and it's not really that unique. Taquitos, say more. What is this thing that you've just made up? I'm just kidding. I didn't actually make it up. I was thinking, I love breakfast burritos, right? Also, I have an onion in here that's just sort of been in here, and I need to use this. So let's put this on the counter, and then we'll forget about it, and it'll just be here later. I love doing breakfast burritos. Those are favorite, but you can't really do them over a campfire, because if you freeze them, heating them up is hard because you don't really have an oven. Like you could put them in a Dutch oven and that would be fine. But I'm kind of more inclined to not have to use the Dutch oven first thing in the morning. So I was like, what can I do sort of separate from that? And I was like, well, obviously just make them smaller. Like, what's a breakfast burrito if it's smaller? Well, it's a small taco, a taquito, if you will. So I'm gonna try it that way. I'm still gonna freeze them, but I think we're gonna, they'll thaw out in the cooler. We're not gonna have these like day one. So I think they'll thaw out just fine. And even if they don't thaw out, I think that cooking them in the pan, like in a cast iron pan, or even on the griddle, just having them covered a little bit will be fine. I think they'll cook just fine. I was thinking of just putting them on the grill grate in the morning, just like right on the grate over the fire. I don't always love lighting a fire in the morning. Calvin likes that and sort of always wants there to be a fire in the morning, but I like to make breakfast and then go and like do something with the day. If we're like going hiking that day, like I want to make breakfast and then be out. Mainly because I want to get back to the campsite like early to mid-afternoon and relax. He doesn't, and part of it for me is I don't want to light a fire in the morning and then have to put it out before we leave the campsite. That's always a bit like, it's just a little annoying to have to do that. So We'll see. I will report back on how it went, or how the process went. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. So 9 says I heat them on a campfire, and that's I think that would be the easiest thing. Obviously, that doesn't dirty any dishes. Yeah, wrap them in a little foil, or just cover them with foil. Put the heat, get the foil over top of them, and just put the, make sure that there's like the heat sort of reflects back down on them from the top. Seems the most reasonable thing. I'm spreading this bacon out sort of as much as possible here. It does need to overlap a little bit, but I don't want it to overlap a ton. So I'm just kind of moving it down until we hit this happy medium here. And then I'm going to pop this in the oven. The oven's at 400 right now, so it's pretty hot, but it's not like so hot. I'm kind of doing everything that I need to do in the oven. Not quite first, because the banana bread is going to go in there, but I'm sort of doing all the meat first. I'm going to do the bacon, and then once I get the bacon in, I will put the meatballs in a pan and bake those as well. Actually, I think I'm going to put those in a cast iron pan, so that they get a little sear on them, perhaps. So why don't I pop the cast iron pan in the oven for a few moments to heat up. And then when I take that out, it'll be nice and hot and ready to go. So let's do that. Okay. So cast iron pan is in the oven. I want to actually put that on the shelf, not where the bacon is going right away. The meatballs I also got from, like I said, from Reading Terminal. I got the meatballs at Martin's Quality Meats and Sausage. Same place I got the bacon, same place I got the sausage for the sausage and peppers. Now I was thinking about pre-cooking the sausage. I was thinking about pre-cooking everything. Pre-cooking the chicken, pre-cooking the sausage, but the chicken I'm going to cook over the fire for sure. The sausage I am going to cook in the pan. They're fine. It's just like in a cast iron pan. That's super easy to do. If I can, I like sort of cooking everything possible beforehand. I've always, I used to try, I used to do a lot more when we're camping, like physically do more at the campsite for cooking purposes. But I've learned that I personally prefer to relax a little bit. I cook enough at home, and I think that when I'm out doing, woodsy stuff, it's nice to be able to just put everything like in a big pot and let it cook until it's done, or put it over the fire and just let it warm back up. I use those aluminum like chafing dishes, like for grilling, those like aluminum pans. And what I love doing is just putting all of the stuff for dinner like in one of those pans that just needs to heat up, and letting it heat. For example, this trip, I'm pre-cooking the meatballs for the pasta. I'm pre-cooking the mushrooms for the pasta. So like the stuff that's going in the sauce is going to be, it just needs to be heated up. That's it. Because these meatballs are raw. So they are currently, I don't want to do those. I don't want to do those at the campsite. I would prefer to just have them cooked at home. Now these are looking really good. Fellas, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. So we're gonna bake these, I think. They're not super round, like yeah, I think I'm just gonna bake these, and because I always find like when I cook them in the pan, they fall apart. Like, I don't know, I don't have the touch. there's like a certain way that you need to like cook meatballs or sort of like make them. And for some reason, I feel like anytime I try to make meatballs, they just fall apart. And I'm like, what did I do? Why? And I guess in this case, it's like kind of fine if they are, it is also kind of fine if it's just meat sauce. But if it's meat sauce, I'd prefer there not be like the breading and all the stuff in there. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Wouldn't be a surprise if that were true, would it? Shart, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I hope you're doing well. We are in the beginning stages of doing some camping trip prep. I've finally started. When I say in the beginning stages, I mean we've been live for an hour, and I'm getting around to putting some things in the oven here. This is sort of the move. We're working on it. These meatballs were made at Reading Terminal. These meatballs were made at Reading Terminal. They're ready to go, but I'm going to give them, because I packaged them and because they were sort of like packaged together, I'm going to give them a bit of a squeeze before I bake them and sort of reshape them into like a round-ish shape. And I don't know how many I can fit in this pan. I know I can fit all of them in this pan. I think when I said I don't know how many I can fit, what I really mean to say is I don't know if I should keep these like tight together. I don't think so. I think they'll be fine just like this. Oh, so envious of the camping. This is a good intermediate trip. When I say intermediate trip, I mean the last trip that we had was freezing. Literally freezing. There was snow on the ground and it was very cold. This trip is supposed to be below freezing at night, but nice during the day. So like it's supposed to be around, I think the high is 13 Celsius. The low is in the negatives, but the low is overnight. I think like midday it's supposed to get, kind of generally speaking, probably around 10 degrees is what it'll feel like. So, I mean, what is that in Fahrenheit? Carry the one. Somewhere in the high 40s, I think. I'm not positive. It's just, that's what it is in my head. It's just 10. I don't know. Nothing below freezing for you. That's valid. I don't mind. I think as long as it's nice during the day, if it's below freezing at night, I don't really care all that much. I mean, I'm in my sleeping bag, you know. I do care in the morning sometimes when it's cold. But all right, so these are all looking real good. I'm glad you got some fire pit time in. This will be the second trip of the calendar year for us. It's funny because I consider, when I think about it, sort of how I consider camping, I consider this time of year to be the end of the season, the end of my camping season, because I don't like to go camping in July or August. So I consider like the first trip of the year in September roughly to be the start of the season. And then I sort of feel like the season itself goes until June. So the last trip of the year will be the last trip of the season will be in June. I have it on my to-do list to schedule a camping stream, which will probably be in June as well. Okay, so cook the meatballs, bake the meatballs. All right, so bacon has been in there for 8 minutes. Meatballs timer is going. Okay, packaging those. You know what? I don't need to package those yet. We're not worried about that yet. Let's see what they look like when we're finished. Other thing I wanted to do with those is mushrooms. So this is an Alfredo. I'm adding the meatballs and I'm adding mushrooms to it. I'm gonna add parsley to it too, but I'm just gonna like throw that in the cooler and tear it by hand. We're not doing any parsley prep today. So the mushrooms are, what kind of mushrooms are these? These are creminis, just sliced creminis. So, yeah, fellas, I have on my, it's funny, I had on my to-do list at the beginning of the winter to get a better wintertime sleeping bag. And now I'm like, maybe next time, maybe next winter. Like I didn't do it. I was just cold all winter when we were camping and I didn't get the thing that I thought I was going to get. And now that it's like getting not necessary anymore, I'm like, I guess I don't need that. I'm going to cut these mushrooms up a little bit and I'm going to put these, you know what? I should have just put these in with the meatballs, shouldn't I? No, I shouldn't, because they're going to give up liquid and then the meatballs will get wet and we don't want that. So let's save that thought. That said, the meatballs are in the pan that I was considering doing the mushrooms in. Okay, we'll just do the mushrooms in a glass pan and that's fine. Do I want to do the mushrooms in a glass pan? No, I want to do the mushrooms in a, like, baking, sort of a, we'll do them in one of these square pans, because then they'll get a little color on them, which will be nice. It's like ASMR on stream today. I don't know if that's coming through. Can't tell. Anyway, but doesn't matter. Not relevant. Fiona, one, hello, welcome in. Two, good point. Now would be the time to get a winter sleeping bag. You're right. You're like, that is 100% accurate. Yes, I should consider that because it's spring and it's not the season for wintertime bags anymore. So yeah, you're smart. You're smart. That's a wise thing. But see now in my head, I'm like, well, I don't need it. That's just like typical consumer behavior, right? Actually, no, typical consumer behavior is just buy the damn thing. And don't worry about it. But mine is like, I've been wanting a new winter sleeping bag for like several years. This is not a new want. This is every year I think about it and then don't get it. And then in the fall, I'll be like, those are expensive. I'm not getting that. Troy, welcome in. Good to see you the other day too. This was, Troy and I ran into each other at the post office as usual. As I'm like heading into the grocery store to do some regular old shopping. I'd already been, Troy, when I saw you, I'd been like 4 other places that morning. I was like, that was my last stop before home. I was like, oh my God, I was so frantic. I'd already been out for like 3 hours. Mike, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. Mike, you've gotten a winter bag for 80% off at Walmart last week. Okay. I really should look. I really should. That's smart. I will. I should have used my REI dividend for that. My like $5 REI dividend. I like every year I buy something from REI on the internet for some reason or another, and then they're like, here's your member rewards, or you're like your co-op rewards, and it's like 45 cents. Like, thanks. Yeah, I think for my purpose, like the bags that I have for both Calvin and I were like bargain sleeping bags. They were not the good bags. They were quite literally the cheapest ones I could find. They were the cheapest ones I could find at the camping store, which is to say that the camping store doesn't have like super cheap stuff. They have inexpensive things from good brands. So for that matter, that was the sort of how I got those bags. The camping store in question, not in question, no one asked, but the camping store that I'm talking about is Campmore in northern New Jersey, one of my favorite stores, because whenever I go camping up in New York or North Jersey or New England, etc., I always stop there. Where is my olive oil? Oh, there it is. I was like, I have an enormous jug of olive oil lurking somewhere here to refill this, and there it is. And I do have it. I just couldn't find it. It was on the floor. Sea Films, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. But yeah, I love stopping at Campmore because they're like a sort of a local, privately owned store. They're a small business. They also, if you're of a certain age and you enjoyed camping and catalogs and that type of thing, maybe you were in Scouts or something and heard about this, but Campmore used to have a mail order catalog that was completely illustrated. Like it was black and white and like pen, like literally pen, like drawing illustrated. They don't publish that anymore, which is like sad. But it was one of my favorite things. I used to get, like you used to be able to subscribe to their catalog and they'd send it to you like once or twice a year. I forget how often they published it, but it was always kind of fun because they had literal illustrations of their products. Like someone recreated the product, like, and just like drew it for their catalog. There was no actual pictures, which I thought was fun. Like I loved that aspect of it. Anyway, I was delighted when I found out that they had an actual retail store like 15 years ago, and I go there regularly enough. I go there anytime I'm going through that area, which is like anytime I'm going north of New Jersey, New England, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York State, mainly New York State. If I'm going up to the Catskills, I stop at Campmore. It's a great store. Anyway, long story short, that's where I got our sleeping bags and all of our other camping equipment. Vanagus, welcome in on Twitch. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday. What's up with you? We're doing a prep for a camping trip today. That's what I'm doing. So we are kind of going through the process of that. I have right now in the oven, I have bacon that's been in there for 16 minutes. I have meatballs that have been in there for 9 and mushrooms that have been in there for 3. They're all cooking at about 400 degrees. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on them. The bacon will be done first, obviously. Maybe not obviously. Maybe you're like, do meatballs cook quicker than bacon? Let's find out. It's science. It's science, Bob. Anyway, command science. If you're a subscriber, we'll get you a nice random science sound. We are working through, we're into like, we're just about to tip into vegetable prep, but I'd like to figure out how I'm going to package these meatballs. I'm going to put the meatballs and mushrooms together in the same package. So I think, let me sort of understand what that's going to look like before moving to the next thing, because if I don't, then because if I don't, I'm gonna be like frantic about it later. I think they'll all fit in there, in this container. But I'll kind of put an eye on them when when I pop them out of the oven, because I do need to like flip the meatballs. We'll see. We'll see. Seafoam says, where does the Northeast United States end? Well, technically, I mean, not technically. Why do they even say that? Typically, that's the word I was searching for. You know. Anyway, typically, I think most people consider the Northeast United States well, it depends. I live in Pennsylvania, right? So some people would be like, that's part of the Northeast. So some people might say, you know, depending on the part of the country, if you're like the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest, the Southwest, the West, you know, if you're like being super specific about it, there's a different answer. And I'll answer you in a second. Mondoms, welcome in. Hello. Kilted Shaver, hello. Good to see you. Red, welcome. Red, I was watching a little bit of your stream last night. I was lurking. You came up on my recommended, and I was like, oh, I know that name. I don't remember the game you were playing, but it looked sort of relaxing and fun. And it was cool because when I was watching, there was someone in chat who I know, who is a friend. Crazy Lover, welcome in. Welcome in. Jane, good to see you. I don't know where my mouse is. There it is. We got it. Let's, hold on. There we go. I'm gonna do that. Friends who joined us, welcome in. If you were hanging out here on this stream, Mondoms is a fellow food streamer who was in fact streaming food today. So you should go follow them. That would be a good idea. I'll wait. There's a link in chat. It's like there's a shout out and the whole thing. You should definitely do that. Did you do it? Okay, cool. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. Mondoms, thank you for bringing friends with you. I appreciate it. My name is Lou. It is lovely to meet y'all. I'm a home cook. I am a recipe developer. I am a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that y'all are here. Order of business number 1. Follows are silent. So if you're a lurker like myself and you don't enjoy being recognized or perceived in chat, maybe it gives you anxiety to hit the follow button. You're like, what is this person going to do? They're new. I don't know them. They don't know me. Maybe they're going to ask me a bunch of questions that I don't want to answer, and I will have to like fade into the background and be like, oh, I didn't really want to chat. Now they're talking to me. I promise you that won't happen. If you hit the follow button, literally nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you unless you've chatted already. I'm not going to be like, thanks for following. It's fine. And some people do that and it's great. I don't. So just like a little heads up. And if you are lurking, we appreciate you. We love lurkers here. We generally have an enthusiastic community about the culinary world. They're very kind. They're kind of weird. Same. We definitely like to get spicy. I love a good innuendo. Please feel free. It is a safe space to lurk. That is true. Our stream is all about cooking, all about conversation, mostly vegetable forward family meals. I often am working on a new recipe on stream. Command recipes in chat if you want to get all of the recipes that I've written that are available on the internet. You can put the command recipe in chat and I'll get you there. We also do baking. We do meal prep, which we're doing today. I'm prepping for a camping trip. It's spring break next week. My son is we're going camping in a tent. It's great. We do it all the time. So we're prepping for that. We also do some IRL streams. That means in real life. Out in the world. The last couple streams actually have been IRL. We did a few in Toronto. We did 2 in Toronto, 1 in Providence, Rhode Island. We're back in Philly. We did some in Philly too. We walked around in Toronto twice. We walked around in Philly, and then we walked around in Providence, and we'll do that again. But today we're in the kitchen. We're prepping for a camping trip. We're making a bunch of things. What are you going to see completely finished on stream today? Breakfast taquitos. That's like not a burrito and not a taco. It's just like a breakfast thing that's rolled up. I'm going to be making those. I'm going to be making banana bread muffins, and then we're also going to be making sloppy joes. Our friend Megan Swan. Megan, it's nice to see you. Megan is in chat. There's a link to Megan's information on the internet. In chat, it is Megan's sloppy joe recipe, which I have printed out from. I don't even know when this is from. It's from the kitchen, from like forever ago. It's not, Megan, it's not even on their website anymore. Did you know that? It's literally like this recipe, not on the internet. I couldn't find it. I went to look for it the other day and I was like, because I couldn't find my printout of it. And I was like, oh no, I need to go print it out again. Anyway, so that's a little about me. That's what we're doing today. We have bacon in the oven. We have meatballs in the oven. We have something else in the oven too, and we're going to check that in just a moment. But let me scroll back up and say hello to the folks that said hello in chat. Okay. Venegas asked, am I meal prepping for a trip or just preparing ingredients? I'm meal prepping and preparing ingredients. So we're also doing a little bit of prep. We're going to make some honey butter. We're going to cut some, we're going to make some peppers and onions for sausage and peppers. We're going to cut up some crudité for snacks. We're going to mix some pancake mix. We're going to portion some oatmeal. We're going to cut rolls for sausages. We're going to grate some cheese. We're going to do some other stuff. I smell bacon. It's in the oven. I really need to check that. Red says, I make great cookies. I love that. I love that you liked the cookies. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Megan, we do love a lurker. That is true. Crazy Lover. I am a parent. My son is 10. He is at school currently and will be back at some point. And then we'll discuss whether or not he wants to go to karate. And he will tell me no, and I will look visibly disappointed. And that's okay. We're talking about cock powder for most of the stream, Red says. Listen, I just said hi to Red Pink in chat. Also a streamer. I was lurking on their stream last night, and I don't know anything about cock powder. Is that like rhino horn? I don't know. Breakfast taquitos. They're so fun. I was like, I thought about it. I didn't like look it up online. I like had the thought, but like it's not a unique thought, right? It's just it's a thing that I've never made before. Megan says I wrote it in 2018. That's valid, right? I had the thought the other day too. I was like, I should print out all the things, like I should print the things that I have published for that reason. Like I have them myself, but I'd like to have the final version that was like on the internet. Crazy Lover, I have 4-year-old twin daughters. It's not like when you combine them, they're 8. That's 2 4-year-olds. That's a lot. Talking midnight into going to jujitsu. Yeah, Mom knows. Well, what happened is I was like, I texted him and I was like, hey, he didn't text me back because he's at school and he doesn't have his phone in class, which like you should not have your phone in class. Anyway, he doesn't like to be out of routine, shockingly enough. And today's not a normal karate day, but yesterday he had an orchestra show. So today I'm like, why don't you go today? Because we're not going to be around for like the next couple of them. So, it's a chicken soup base. Oh, got it. So I made that weird. Okay. So you're saying like a chicken, like a cock, like a chicken, like cacaw? Okay, yeah, I definitely was the one that made that weird, and I'm sorry. But it's the internet, so forgive me for thinking that you were, putting an innuendo in chat. Worzy, welcome in. Welcome in. We have some other shout outs to give. I saw Jane Henry come through. Jane Henry is a fellow food and drink streamer. Jane is a friend of the stream, one of the first streamers that I encountered on Twitch. If you are so inclined. Jesus Christ, this is hot. Why did I just do that? Jane is a fellow food and drink streamer, a lovely human, fantastic conversationalist, and I would love it if you would go follow Jane on the internet. And then I see Warzy Blue in chat as well. Also a fellow food streamer, but I believe you stream some other things as well. So we have a shout out coming for you too. The bot delays it. It's cute, but it'll happen in a moment. So we made jokes about it on stream. Okay, good. So, okay. Because listen, if anyone's gonna make it weird, I'm gonna make it weird. It's like, I like making it weird. I think it's fun. I think it's fun when other people are uncomfortable sometimes. It's okay. If you're uncomfortable, just lurk and maybe things will get better. Or just enjoy these balls of meat on stream. Okay, well, these are not falling apart, which is kind of great. And I don't know, they've been in there for 22 minutes. So I think they probably have a little bit longer left on them. I mean, let me rephrase that. They have a little bit longer left on them because I just flipped them. I am gonna, it's hot. Fuck, this is so hot. Why am I doing this with a towel? This is stupid. I'm giving things a stir here before I get the bacon out. So the bacon is going to be for the taquitos. We're just going to let that sit on the counter and like cool down for a while, a couple hours. We're going to try to like draw the cats up to the room here because we haven't seen the cats in a while. And what will draw the cats to the room other than bacon? What, Lou? You fucking idiot. Stop using the towel. There's literally hot. Sorry. Every once in a while I just get in my head and I'm like, you got to keep doing the thing. Just like, I have gloves for this purpose. Why? Why continue? Oh, I'm banging my head against this wall and it really hurts. I hope the wall moves soon. Anyway, hey, this bacon looks great. Yeah, we're doing good here. Okay, this is pretty good. I'm gonna give this another couple minutes. I like it to be a little bit more cooked than it is. But again, like I'm gonna pull this apart because they were overlapping, but now they've shrunk a little bit. So I'm just gonna kind of like I'm gonna adjust these and then we're gonna pop them back in. Let me flip them actually. Because then they'll just be overlapping in a different direction, right? No. What am I even talking about? Oh my God, my brain is just like derailed and buffering. Anyway, we're doing all the oven things first. Maybe I should change and make the banana bread. That way I can just turn the oven off at the end of that and Maybe not. I don't know. I'm waiting for the bananas to ripen still, so we're giving them a little bit more time in the bag. I have them in a paper bag behind me. I picked the brownest bananas I could find at the store and then stuffed them in a paper bag, and just to get them to ripen a little bit more. 24 hours later. Okay, we're gonna pop this back in the oven, and then I'm going to look at chat again. I stopped for a second because I was not thinking fully. Okay, so bacon's been in there for about 30 minutes, meatballs about 24, and the mushrooms for about 19. So we're good. We're gonna let those go for a little while longer. I should probably just temp one of the meatballs. I think that seems like the right thing to do. Persephone, hello. Well, welcome in. That's really funny. Mom Mums. I love Jane Henry too. Jane was one of the first folks that I literally encountered on Twitch. Not just followed, but I didn't know that I didn't know that there was food on Twitch. And I signed up, I looked at the food and drink category, and Jane was like, this is probably at 11 o'clock at night, my time. And so I encountered Jane, because that's often when she's streaming, and was like, oh, you can cook on the internet and be cool? Nice. Morzy says, in the kitchen 1 time a week, sometimes more around the holidays. Often, yeah. Around the holidays is definitely when I notice a lot of people stream in the food and drink category, specifically around holidays, but also on the weekends. I'm usually not as around on the weekends, but every once in a while when I pop on the Twitch on a Saturday afternoon, I'm like, damn, there's a lot of people in the food and drink category. It's kind of wild to me. Crazy Lover says, bad joke coming through. We love balls of meat. Hey. Hi-oh. There you go. Carol on YouTube, welcome in. Happy to have you. Hope you're having a lovely day. If you are hanging out on this stream on Twitch and you are a YouTube fan, we are streaming in both vertical and horizontal on YouTube. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. And for anyone who is watching on YouTube, I said earlier that on Twitch, follows are silent, subscriptions are silent. So if you subscribe to the channel, if you hit the like button, please do both. Either one is silent. There's no alerts or sounds or anything like that. And if you are watching on YouTube, on the horizontal stream, the Twitch chat is coming up down here in this corner. And if you're watching on Twitch, the YouTube chat also comes up in this bottom corner. So they're combined because Twitch says we can do that now. Momos keeps grabbing the trays with your bare hands. Yeah, done it. I almost described that cast iron pan with my bare hands too. Jane is such a nice streamer to encounter on Twitch, right? I agree with you. Crazy Lover says, for the taquitos, are you adding cheese? Yes, I am. Monterey Jack. We're doing bacon, cheese, avocado, and eggs. Worzy says, a while back I tried an America's Test Kitchen meatball recipe that called for gelatin and pancetta. Holy shit, that sounds divine. Really made me happy. Meatball disintegration drives me nuts. Yes, when I make them myself, they fall apart, and it's frustrating. That's why I bought these, and they seem to be holding together well. Mama's totally agreed. And Jane is also just a very welcoming human in general, not just in the category. Velos IRL camping streams, they would be fun. And really, IRL streams, it's only one camera, right? Most people only have one camera, or they have if the folks that have two have a front camera, front facing, and a reverse facing camera. So it's a little less to set up, I think, overall. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. It depends. If you have a dedicated campsite and electric available, setting up a dedicated camping stream would be amazing. Yeah, the Christmas cookie baking, Morzy, totally. Yeah, the Christmas cookie baking is definitely a thing. Very much so. Agreed. Agreed. I'm a very spicy gremlin. Crazy lover. We do love a little bit of spice and innuendo here. I am more inclined to that when my son is not like right here, because sometimes he's with me on stream, but generally speaking, I don't really care. He's fine. He hears it all. He hears. I say worse things in the house when I'm not streaming than I ever do on stream. Like, bet on that for sure. Fresh breadcrumbs. The extra moisture from the bread helps to congeal the balls together and then makes it spongy and nice. You know, moms, I feel like that when I make meatballs myself, often what I'm doing is the recipe often calls for like soaking the breadcrumbs in like milk too, which I think that's part of what I don't want to do is the soaking. All right, these mushrooms are definitely finished. So we're going to package the mushrooms and the meatballs in the same container because they're going to the same place ultimately. The mushrooms and the meatballs are for a pasta. So we're going to do like an Alfredo sauce. I already have an Alfredo it's pre-made and purchased already. The Alfredo, we're just gonna, so basically the only cooking I'm doing for that one is the pasta. And then we'll put the meatballs in a pan with the sauce, and we'll kind of just simmer that all at the same time. We have as I mentioned earlier, we have a cat. Would you all like to see a cat? Who likes a cat? Can we guess who came up? We have an Elsie. So there are, someone's looking at the bacon. The smell of meatballs and bacon is drawing the cats to the room as predicted. This is Elsie. Elsie is our girl cat. She is one of 3. We have triplets. They're not identical triplets, but this is she is baby. This is Elsie. Moms, enjoy your lurk. And I hope cleaning up is easy. We have a bacon smelling cat here. Cyborg, welcome in. She's huffing. She's huffing. This is Elsie. It's almost their birthday. So all 3 of our cats were born April 15th. No, April 13th. We adopted. They came into the house on the 15th. I think they were born on either the 13th or the 14th. Because we got them, when we got them, Ash still had an umbilical cord. So they were very young. And none of them mind being held because they've all been picked up conservatively 20 times a day since they were born, every day for a year. And so all of them, oh baby, all of them, whether or not they enjoy being held, like she doesn't really want this right now, but she's okay. She'll hang out here for a while. She'll hang out here for a while because there's bacon available. Well, it's not available to you. It is here though. Yes. Okay. We do have an Elsie here. Command Elsie in chat. And you get her count and her little face. She's a good girl. Okay, we're gonna get down though. We're gonna get down so I can process the bacon. As we are. Okay. Okay, she'll be back. She'll probably be back. She'll probably be back. And now, this is why we have a lint roller literally on the counter. It doesn't even get put away. It just stays next to the computer. Because otherwise, we're gonna have cat fur in all of our food. Which, even more than usual. Disclaimer, when I do the cookie club baking, I keep the cats in the basement. So, just FYI. Cyber, welcome in. Good to see you. Crazy Lover says, I don't do much cooking. More for makeup and gaming. I kind of love that. I love a makeup stream. Those are so fun. I love like the makeup tips and stuff like that. Like, I don't wear makeup generally speaking. It just seems like a lot of effort, honestly. I feel like if I wore makeup, I would wear it regularly, like all the time. But I love watching that kind of thing. I think it's so fun to like see. Liz, hello. Or is it your birthday's on the 13th? I mean, you share a birthday with three cats. Persephone, we can trade. All the cats kind of enjoy being held. Ash enjoys being held the most. And she'll rub against your legs. Aw, we do love that though. Liz, we will be back. The cats will most certainly be back. There's meat on the counter, and they kind of love that. They're definitely like, that's what Elsie was doing up here. She was like smelling the bacon. Liz, I hope you have a good work day. I hope it's not too much to bear. I hope you have no new responsibilities coming out of your work meetings. I hope that for everyone who has work meetings. Okay, 169 degrees on that meatball. That's finished. I don't need to cook these any farther. Yeah, 173. Perfect. These are ready. Okay, so my oven is done. First round of things in the oven is finished, which is great. That's great. We love that. Cybor on Twitch has redeemed. Catch me up. Let's do that. We spent the first 40 plus minutes of stream just chatting. I had a coffee. I talked about I talked at length, which I'm not going to get into again, about changing check-ins. So if you check in, you will not see a difference. But I spent basically about 10 plus total hours adjusting, figuring out how to make check-ins work in a specific way, and adjusting that. So if you put in chat now, command my check-ins, which we talked about recently, that will work. And basically, I have a lot more data now that I can use. The way that check-ins work on the back end, literally the database of check-in data is different now. I didn't lose any, I was very concerned about losing that data. But I did not lose any. Confirmed. And so if we go back up, I saw you had checked in earlier. Let's just reconfirm. 268. 268. Okay, so it gave you the same number. That's good. We like that. So I talked about that, and I talked about that process and like what that meant and how it was done technically. And probably the people who tuned in at the beginning of the stream were like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm done listening to this crap. Which is, again, valid. So I talked about that for a while. I also talked about lurking, and maybe I'll ask this question again. I'm looking at implementing a lurk reward system. I'm wondering, for all of y'all who do like to lurk, and there's some folks who in chat who literally just lurk, which is me on Twitch. That is basically how I consume Twitch. I'm going back and forth. You know, I'd love to be able to reward, basically, like, you put command lurk either in the chat or you whisper it to the bot or like my account, maybe the bot. You basically, you put it somewhere. You have to put command lurk. It like starts tracking that, and then if you chat a bunch, it will pull you out of that. And if you leave being an active viewer, and this is specific to Twitch, so if you're on YouTube, bear with me. I'm curious if people have an aversion to putting lurk, like a command lurk, in chat if you are a lurker. For me, if someone had like a rewards program, I would probably put it in chat, and then they would like say hi to me, and then I would probably never chat again. Not never chat again, but I wouldn't like chat again that day. But some people just don't want to do any chatting, which is totally valid and fine. I'm just going back and forth as to whether or not I want to require it to be like in chat, or if it could go through the bot, like a whisper to the bot. But like some people don't have like whispers. Like some people don't use whispers, whatever. So I'm going back and forth over sort of how to structure that. And I'm wondering if people care, if there's like a, hey, I really don't want to have to put something in chat in order to earn points for lurking, because it sort of defeats the purpose, right? But I do think that someone, Wauma, one of our regular stream friends, chatted earlier and said that they watch another streamer that has a channel point reward that pops up every hour, and you just like click it. I think that there's something to that. I don't know if that's something or not, but I'm considering different ways of like implementing it, because I want to reward. We have rewards for people who check in. We have rewards for people who chat regularly. So every 500 chat messages is a cookie club entry. I'd like to reward people who lurk with the same level of like being able to enter Cookie Club without having to like chat. Because like I would never get an entry for chatting on my own channel, because I don't. Well, mainly because I'm live, mainly because I'm the one doing the talking out loud. But on other people's channels, I would never do that. But like I would be happy to check in, and I would be happy to like, I would be happy to, I would do like command check in, command lurk, and then I would never say anything else again. So that's sort of how I would feel comfortable with that. But some people might not. So I'm probably going to ask this again. Itis, welcome in. Hello, Itis, meal prep, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. I forget to check in. Well, here you are, and we did it. Short says, you're not opposed to it. I lurk after checking in a lot of the time. Right. And that's sort of where my head is at, is like, part of it is, I know that there's some people who lurk who say hi at the end of stream. There's one person who I know who watches stream regularly and doesn't chat, and that's totally fine. Like, I want to reiterate, I love the folks who lurk here. This one person who I'm thinking of, at the end of stream will often say hi when I'm leaving, and it'll be like, thank you for streaming. Totally reasonable, right? But I would love them to be able to like get credit for being here, right? That's kind of where my head is at. So I'm still on and on about this nonsense. I've been on about this for a while because I like trying to figure it out. Anyway, I found a good plugin. I found a good extension that does it. So anyway, we really derailed, didn't we? I was like, I'm not going to get into this tech talk, but here we are. So we talked about that for a little bit, and obviously it's important to me, so I kind of brought it up again. We talked about the lurking thing. Then we started the YouTube stream. I gave a full introduction as to what we're doing today, which is meal prep and camping trip prep. Then we put the bacon in the oven. We put the meatballs in the oven. We put the mushrooms in the oven. Chatted for a little while. And then here we are, an hour and 53 minutes later. So, welcome in. Cyrus says, I like lurk commands, so if I'm being active and have to lurk, I can alert the streamer I'm going to be silent mode so they don't think I just got pissed off and left. Valid. And honestly, I like to put the lurk command in too, because for the same reason. Like if someone has a lurk command, I sort of use it. I feel like I'm leaning towards saying, hey, listen, if you want to lurk on stream and you want to get credit for being a lurker, you got to put lurk in chat. And from my end, I promise that like if you put lurk in chat, I'm not going to like make a big deal out of it and ask you a bunch of questions that you then have to feel compelled to answer. Sort of like the check-in thing. Like I'm going to say hi to you, but then I'm not going to like require more. So anyway, my point is that I think that there's a good extension that exists out there that I would like to use. And I'm debating whether or not it's not worth. I'm debating whether or not it does the thing that I want it to do. Anyway, Fudge Darling, welcome in. Hello. Fudge Darling, thank you for your subscription to the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your Prime sub. If you're on Twitch, we love a Prime sub. Did you know that if you're a Twitch Turbo, let's rewind. Did you know that if you subscribe to Animals? Hold on. I'll be back. We're just gonna. Did you know that if you're an Amazon Prime member, that you get a free sub to any channel on Twitch every month? So you can use your sub every single month. There's, on this particular stream, on this very stream, there's a little star or a little crown over here, somewhere on the stream, on the horizontal stream, specifically on Twitch. If you click that crown, you can subscribe for free using your Prime subscription. If you hit the subscribe button, which is below the stream, probably somewhere underneath of my finger, you can select to use your Prime subscription. And it gives me a little bit of Daddy Bezos's money. And we love that. So if you have a Prime sub to use, I would love to have your Prime sub. Fudge Darling, thank you for using your Prime sub. You could have used it anywhere on Twitch, but you used it here, and I appreciate you. This is how the kids are doing it these days. I'm going to say hi to some folks who said hi in chat. I need to let the dog out. We're going to try the new BRB screen. It's going to be great. And then we will, in fact, continue with what we're doing. Turnip Toes, I never chat to. Valid. And that's totally reasonable. And you know what? I don't chat very much. I do. In DJ streams, I chat a bunch because then they're not like engaging me in chat. I just put a bunch of emotes. But other folks' streams, I try not, I'm often doing like something else while I'm watching Twitch. So like, I'm in and out and I don't want to be like, I don't know. When I'm present, I'm there for like 15, 20 minutes and then I'm like lurking. For most streams, it requires you to type in chat at least every 5 minutes if you don't do the lurk thing. Yeah, Crazy Lover, there's like, if you have the window active, there's like different ways of doing it. The extension that I found is by a very good extension builder for the streamer bot, which is the bot that I use. So like, I trust that it works. Cyber says, I give you consent to ask me a bunch of questions. Where are you going? What's more important than stream? Yes. I noticed that you weren't here at the beginning. What happened? Why not? God, can you imagine if anybody was like, hey, where you been? Where you been? How come you haven't been on my stream? I would be like, this is literally the last time that you see me. Goodbye. Crazy Lover, thank you. So dumb funny. I appreciate that. Sometimes I just don't. Sometimes I don't feel funny. Sometimes I feel scattered as fucking. That's how it goes. Nine says you were talking about when people stream food and drink, but I was in the hardware store. The only time I seem to get viewers is if I stream around dinner, like 5 to 7. Nine, and I was saying this to my friend the other day. Crazy Lover, thank you for the gift subscription to Julie V. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I love a gift subscription. Prime subs, still available. There's a crown on this side of the screen. It's digital. It's not like, I'm not pointing to it. It's somewhere under my hand. I can't figure out where. Anyway, thank you for your gift subscription. I was about to say something else. Oh, 9, I noticed that around 5 p.m. on this stream, people were leaving work on the East Coast, and like that happens. And then like it picks back up again at like 6. It makes me wonder if people are picking up takeout and watching people cook. That's reasonable. I'm the type of person who will tell someone how much they've been missed since they've been away from my stream. Jane, but like, here's the thing. I think if you said that to me, I would be like, oh, I feel good. Because I think to be fair, Jane, I think that you give off the energy that I would feel missed.
Thank you. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed of.
I would feel welcomed. I think that some people would say that with an expectation, right? And like, some people would be like, where were you? Which is different than like, I haven't seen you in a while. It's really good to see you. Like that's different. I feel like, Jane, you don't give me the vibe of the expectant whatever. So keep doing what you're doing. There's a reason that there's a reason that I loved your stream 4 years ago. 4 years ago, March 22nd was the day that I signed up for Twitch, the day that I created my account. And I believe that was probably the day that I followed you. Cyber, thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate you. That is a lovely, generous thing. Thank you. Squirrel brain, crazy lover, right? I've yet to hear anyone sound sincere when they use the phrase, I appreciate you. It's reminiscent of the weasel worlds that corporate management uses. That's true. I do appreciate Cyborg K-Chop. No, they're a longtime viewer, longtime community member. And Twitch is not like a full-time thing for me, but it does help. Subs help, bits help, all of that helps. I do like freelance work. I'm a freelancer. So like, I don't consider Twitch freelance work necessarily, but little things like gifting subs, subscribing to the channel are lovely, and I do genuinely feel grateful for them. Sofluff, welcome back. Okay. I believe lose appreciation. Well, I do appreciate you. Thank you. And also there's 5 Cookie Club entries for you right there. Spendable Twitch balance. Man, nice. I kind of love that. The Twitch balance is interesting. I haven't signed up for that yet. Grace, welcome in. Hello. Do y'all want to play? I have to let Daisy out. Do y'all want to play a game of words on stream, or do you want to watch some clips? Because I could go either way. Words. Okay, we'll do a game of words on stream. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Let me see if this works. I'm gonna change the scene. Okay, it does work. Okay, I'm gonna hold on. But then what about this view? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna let Daisy's like banging at the door, so I gotta let her out before she pees on the floor, and then Gwen gets mad at me because I heard her and did not let her out. So okay, we're gonna play a game of words on stream. We'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and run a 3-minute ad on Twitch while this is happening. Sorry. So I'm also sorry that I'm gonna do that. And I'm sorry to the folks who are like, we hate ads and we're out. But because I'm gonna let the dog out, and I'm also gonna let myself out, aka I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. We're gonna play a game of Words on Stream. Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat in. If you are a new viewer and you are anxious about your first time chats, please feel free to chat during Words on Stream, and I will not say hi to you unless you're like a regular and whatever. The other thing to note is if you are on YouTube, there are no ads. So if you want to hear what I have to say to Daisy while I'm letting her out during that time, please feel free to pop over to YouTube. Okay, we'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. It's kind of like Scrabble. You'll figure it out. All right, we'll be right back. 3-minute ad coming up. 3, 2, 1. Jane, we are letting Daisy out. That is true. Robbie, I'm letting the dogs out. Okay.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I
Daisy
Hate.
girl, where'd you go? I know you didn't go down to the basement because I would have heard you go down to the basement and then I would have been frantic. Come on. Come on. Come on. I hear you at the door. Go ahead. Woo, sheesh, it's nice outside. It's like sort of nice outside. It's spring jacket weather. All right. She's just out here. You coming back in? What are you doing? Okay, here she comes. Good job, girlie. Come on. All right, we did it. Who let the dogs out? Okay, what happened? Oh, we won. We got a board. Excellent. Very nice. Why does the music keep not working? The music, like, won't remain on today. That's annoying. Let's turn it off and turn it back on. La da da da. All right. Come on. Let's set the priority to this to normal. We're going to restart the app. And let's try to hit play. There we go. Good job, y'all. Crushing. Really like doing good on this one today. Okay. Are we finished the ad break? No. The ad break still appears to be...
It's over!
Thank you, Strong Bad. Very good. Is there a fake letter? I think the H is fake. Yeah, the H is fake. Yeah, the H is definitely fake. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back from the ad break. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. If you're on YouTube, thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate you too. I just want you to know that there is literally no way to allow both Twitch and YouTube to play the same game of words on stream at the same time. So, as unfortunate as that is, we are sort of beholden to one or the other. It's just how it is. It's how it goes. Okay, but we have, we've baked the meatballs, we're packaging the meatballs. Okay, we're doing okay here. We're doing okay. Time check, 14:49. Sheesh, we're not doing okay. I talk too much. That's okay. I'm going to, what am I going to do next? I think, yeah, we're gonna do some vegetable prep. And then we're going to, yeah, vegetable prep, then banana bread. Banana bread is easy. I say easy. Banana bread's not easy. Banana bread is, banana bread, you just set it and forget it. You put it in the oven and it's done. Or it's not done, but you put it in the oven and that's that. Good job, y'all. Very nice. Thank you for your words on stream devotion. We can play words again later. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to words again at some point. Okay, I'm sort of trying to keep the music on today. I don't even know if y'all are listening to the music, or I mean, you're not, because it's not playing, because it wasn't playing. But okay, let's start our sloppy joes. We're gonna start we're gonna cut the pepper and the onion for our peppers and onions for the sausages. Then we're gonna turn our attention to making we're gonna do the onions for the sloppy joe. So I'm gonna do the peppers and onions in the same pan that I did the meatballs in, because it's fine. They're all sort of like, it's just grease that's in there anyway. So when I say I'm going to do it in the same pan, what I really mean is I'm not going to wash it. But we are going to do them in the same pan. Y'all, thank you for the hype train a little bit ago. I just saw that it was still there, or it was still up. It was still up on my screen because I hadn't cleared it yet. I appreciate you. I really do. I don't do Twitch full time. I haven't made an attempt at doing that. But I don't work full time in the sense of like a normal job. So I do appreciate Twitch is a small little piece of the overall sort of puzzle for my general ability to continue paying bills. So all of that is definitely appreciated. It helps keep the stream running generally. Subs and bits, donations pay for things like Cookie Club. They pay for things like postage and ingredients. And so I am genuinely thankful for all of that. Hype trains are always appreciated. Let's make we're going to start our vegetable prep now. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to get the big cutting board out. We're going to do all of our vegetable stuff basically at the same time. I'm going to start with the peppers and onions because those take a little while to cook, and then I'll want them to cool down before I put them in the packaging. Okay, so check on that overhead camera. Why is it never ever aligned the way I want it to? Nope. Hold on. There we go. Nope. There we go. Okay, now it's aligned. Anyway, and compost bin, because compost bin, and then a small scrap bowl. Small. There we go. Okay. I also wash my hands. That's probably a good idea. So Our prep for our vegetable stuff today looks like onions for the peppers and onions. And then we're also going to do pepper and onion for the sloppy joe. Then we're going to do a bit of crudité prep, some broccoli and peppers. Wow, we're doing a lot of peppers today, huh? Peppers and onions. Peppers and onions is the theme of the day, apparently. I didn't realize that we're doing all of that, but that's okay. So let's just start with the sloppy joe. So we brown the beef, cook the aromatics, add the onion, pepper, and garlic. Oh, garlic. I forgot about the garlic. Maybe I'll just use some garlic powder. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I need half of a yellow onion finely chopped, and then half of a bell pepper also finely chopped. So I'm gonna prep both of those, and we'll put those in a bowl. And we'll also do, so we're gonna do 3 bell peppers worth of prep. 3 bell peppers worth of prep. So different. One of them is sliced. 2 of them are sliced. One of them is finely chopped. So let's do the chopped one first and get that out of the way. And the other ones we're going to slice. One of them is for cooking, and the other one is for dip. We're doing one of the lunches that I want to do is basically like hummus with a couple different vegetables, like just raw vegetables. I'm gonna do bell pepper and broccoli. I have some snow peas in there, and then some miniature like cucumbers, like tiny, I think they're called Kirby cucumbers. And then I also have a few just big baby carrots. So I'm gonna do like a selection of vegetables. I'm just gonna give each of us like a container of raw vegetables, and we're gonna share a container of hummus. So that should be fun. That's a new lunch for me. I mean, it's not really new per se, but I kind of wanted something that wasn't like heavy, because I'm imagining that this is the day that we're going to be hiking. We'll have this for lunch. So it's something you can just kind of snack on a little bit here and there if you don't want to eat like a full thing. Like usually for lunches we do like, hey, get out of there. Daisy snuck up on me. She snuck up, and she, as quick as she could possibly move for a 13-year-old dog, stuck her head in the compost bin and pulled out the only piece of chicken that's in there. And I saw her. She like sneak. She was very slow. She's usually just licking the floor over here, so I didn't think anything of it because that's what she's doing. I need to wash my hands again because I just grabbed a piece of chicken out of her mouth. But she was licking, moving slow like she does. She was sneaky. And then very quickly for her age and size, she stuck her head in the compost bin. There's one piece of chicken in there, like a little tiny piece of chicken, and she must have just smelled it. Her sense of hearing is not great, but her sense of smell hasn't slowed down. I think that's how she knows when people are home now. If she doesn't hear, it used to be that when someone arrived home, she would come downstairs like right away. Now it takes her like 5 minutes or so. Time check, 14:58. All right. Calvin's iPad is over here and is starting to blow up, and we can't have that. Hold on, I need to figure out how to put this on silent. Okay, hold on. How do I... I don't know how to put this on silent. Yeah, I do. There we go. Okay. We got it. We got it. Okay. Well, because what happens is when he gets out of school and all of his friends start texting him, it'll keep making that noise nonstop. And I can't have that. Oh my God, SoFlip, it was freezing rain this morning. Oh man. It's in that weird time now for us where everything is either, it's like cold, but it's also wet. It's March for sure. This morning when I took Calvin when we walked out of the house, it was 2 degrees. And I think it's like 12 right now. So we're in that season where there's like wild swings of temperature. Cyborg, enjoy your lurk. I'm going to cut all these peppers, all 3 peppers at the same time. While we're just in the pepper cutting segment of stream. All right. Where these ones just here are for the Sloppy Joe. So all those get cooked, slightly cooked down. These ones, excuse me, these ones are going to be for general eating, and then we're going to put some of them in a pan and cook them slowly. So not caramelized, but slow cooked. Not fried, not like quick fried. Playground zone speeds. So that's kind of scary. Was that like you were slipping on ice and like not being able to turn? That's scary. No, thank you. Playground zone speeds. That's really funny though. I know exactly what you're talking about. Good Lord. That is a terrifying thing to do. Any of y'all been like sliding on ice? It's like, have you ever had an accident or anything like that where you're actually just like out of control? It feels, it's like such an oh shit moment. The studded winter tires, right? I remember my friend James moving to Canada and being like, oh yeah, I gotta get the winter tires on the car. Like that's a thing. I was like, what are you even talking about? Winter tires? What? Who does that? What do you mean you winter tires? I didn't know that there was like a regulated thing that you're like, you have to have specific kinds of tires on your car. Or at least that like, I don't know if it was in some areas or whatever. People will have like extra sets of tires that they like rotate in. Like, oh, ice is about to start. We got to have like separate tires now. And it's like feels like that is definitely like a specifically Canadian thing. Dimitri, welcome in. Speaking of, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good week. Already Wednesday. Places don't allow studded ones. Like metal studs. Probably messes up the asphalt. I'm assuming it has some detrimental effect on the asphalt of the thing. Okay, so these are going to be for lunch stuff. So let's get big. Maybe we'll do one of these containers, and we'll put like a little lunch crudité in each of these. And this is like each of us will get a container and then a thing of hummus. That's what we'll do. I like that. All right. So we're cutting up our third pepper of the day. On Lake Tahoe, they put on change. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I am an East Coaster and I have been my whole life. So I have to imagine that, yeah, there's places out in the western part of this country. I'm thinking like Montana. Why, you know, whenever I think of like far west, I always think of Montana for some reason, because it's just like big and empty and western. Big and empty and western. The metal studs work well. Right. I imagine so. What are winter tires though? Like what sets them apart? Are they just stud, like they have rubber studs on them? Like what is the difference? Velos, yeah, I feel like metal studs, I haven't seen like metal studded tires. I've seen people with chains on their cars, which is also rare because like I live in the city, and what happens is when it snows, people just don't drive, and then, you know, then they plow the road and people do drive. There's not really an in-between where like you need to have special stuff on your car. Yeah, Minnesota. Yes. Yeah. Any of those areas, like get that sort of winter that counts. We get winter, but it's not the same here. It's definitely I mean, again, I live in the city, so, you know, when it snows, I just don't go anywhere. And then you wait like 24 hours and then the roads are clear enough because they plow everywhere. It looks Dimitri says it looks very healthy for camping. Some parts of it are, yeah. Some parts of it are not as much, and that's okay too. This is for these the ones I'm cutting now. So I cut ones earlier that were for Sloppy Joe. I'm cutting ones now that are for sausage and peppers. The other ones are for these containers are for dip, like just dipping in hummus. Yeah, Velos, I'm imagining for I mean, I'm sure you can still get them for like off-roading and stuff, right? A different composition. So maybe it's a different, like, a different type of rubber too. Maybe it like doesn't freeze as easily or doesn't get harder. Because when rubber gets cold, it gets more solid. I'm imagining they have a better temperature tolerance. Yeah, Dimitri, you'd be surprised at how many people have to go out. You know, I wouldn't be that surprised. The counterpoint to what I said about being in the city is that people will just drive, assuming that the roads have been plowed, even if they haven't. And you're like, hey, what are you doing out? It's literally still snowing. Don't go out there. What are you doing? All right. So onion. So we're going to do our pepper and onion in the pan. I'm just going to put those on low with some oil, and they're going to cook down together over the next like hour or two. And then we'll package these up. So this is all just going to go in a cast iron pan. And then it's going to look like a lot in here, but it'll be fine. We'll get, it'll cook down. There'll be a little less in there. Yeah, I believe it when people are out and just like, you know, especially if you have tires that you think make your car better somehow. I don't think that works like that. I saw a funny video on the internet the other day of someone like instructing someone in a Jeep how to use their four-wheel drive, and I thought that was funny. Like, it was just like someone was stuck in some sand in a Jeep and like didn't know how to get out, and the person was like, here's how you turn on four-wheel drive in the vehicle that you're driving. Please use it. Yeah, Velos, the getting to work thing is crazy to me. I really don't need to be out on the road. Like, the other thing is, like, don't go out on the road while they're still plowing if you don't need to be, because then, like, you're in the way of the plow, right? Catastrophe, welcome in. I see your Cookie Club entry. Welcome. We have, oh, hold on. I didn't put any salt and pepper in this. Just a little housekeeping note. Yesterday, I made good on all the folks that were checking in while I was up in Toronto. We had an issue with the bot that I was using an older database for check-ins, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we're all caught up with check-ins now. Everybody who checked in while I was up in Toronto has had their check-ins updated to reflect either 1 or 2 check-ins while I was there. So just like a little heads up, we're all squared away now. And I know I covered this earlier, and we're not going to dive back in, but the check-ins on the bot function completely differently now. It is a much easier process for me to manage. So, all right, we're going to turn that on. We're going to turn that on low, and we're going to let that go. We're just going to let those cook on the stove. So I can check that off the list. Cook pepper and onion. Great. So let's cut the onion for the sloppy joes. And then we'll start those, and then I'll come back and cut up the rest of the vegetables for the other stuff. So, onion for the sloppy joe. We need half of a medium yellow onion. So I'm doubling this recipe. So we're going to just cut up a whole onion. And while I'm doing that, I'm just going to cut up the rest of this one too, because this has been in the fridge for a little bit. I'm not going to get to it otherwise, so we'll just have a little extra onion in this version of the sloppy joe, which is totally fine. Okay, so this needs to be fine diced. This cooks down quite a bit, but it doesn't get like super small. There's still notable onion in the thing. Dimitri asked if I grow any fruit or vegetables. I don't. I don't. I mentioned this earlier in stream. We had some folks who were talking about planning out gardens and doing like planting today. Planting fruit trees. I don't actually grow anything. I don't. The biggest reason, well, I think the biggest reason is I don't want to, because I could do like a container garden if I was really inclined, but I don't. Sort of the sub reason is I don't have any property. Like, I don't have any outdoor space that I could grow anything. There's no dirt at my place. I live in the city, and my setup is basically completely dirt. Hold on. We cook the onion and the pepper at the same time. So the onion, I already have a thing with the pepper in it. I don't need a separate bowl. Sorry, thinking out loud. So it's a little, it's less, I'd have to have a container garden, which is a different type of work, I think. And it's a little more than I'm willing to do. So no, I don't grow any specific like vegetables or anything really. I don't garden at all, in fact. I kind of would like to. I'd love to have like raised beds, but I'm also sort of like, that's like, I haven't, I just haven't. It's a lot of work to, it feels like more work than I want to do. I feel like I could put the raised beds in one year and then like maybe grow something in them the next. I don't know. Moon Dice, welcome in. Catastrophe, rice pudding. Excellent. I love rice pudding. I just made rice pudding recently and I would eat it. I would make it and eat it again today. I'm not. I could. I'm not, but I love that for you. Did you follow any specific recipe? The last one that I made that I really, the recipe that I used was from Simply Recipes, and it was a good one. I should leave a review. I appreciate people who leave reviews on recipes, because whenever I'm looking at recipes, I always read the reviews to see if anyone had any like sage wisdom to share. Although I do get annoyed when people are like, I changed a bunch of things about this recipe and it turned out poorly. And I'm like, yup. So you made something different. Got it. I know there's one that I've written that has a review like that on it. And I'm just like, every time I look at it, I'm so annoyed. I can't do anything about it. So I'm not allowed to comment back and be like, you're awful, Janice. Janice is not their name. Added eggs at the end, which it didn't call for. Didn't follow the recipe. Right, but like, okay, so if you didn't follow the recipe, not following the recipe is totally fine, by the way. Like, I'm not saying that you need to follow the recipe. What I'm saying is, if you make like altering fundamental changes to the process that the recipe lists, and then you're like, this recipe, I didn't like this recipe, it didn't work, and you give it like 3 stars, and then you just like type that, that's annoying. Changing a recipe yourself for your own purposes, totally valid, totally reasonable. I do that regularly. That's normal. I'm gonna wash my hands, get myself cleaned up a little bit here. At some point, I'm gonna want to do dishes. I've only got a few over here, but they're gonna start to stack up quick. Okay. I'm just filling some of these with some water so they can soak. Water and soap. Specifically the pan that had the bacon in it because it's greasy. Okay. There we go. All right, and these peppers, I'm going to need to start stirring these. Oh, the tempering things is always a bit fraught, but I feel like if you like, that's why they have you mostly temper things in a separate bowl. So if something gets messed up, it doesn't mess up like the whole dish, right? I was stirring like my life depended on it. I know you're like, please don't cook. Please don't cook. Dimitri, I added 3 pounds of salt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like one of the recipes that I wrote on that's online has a review on it that is like, I added like cabbage to this and I used a different type of broth and like I added a bunch of other stuff to it. And I'm like, but that's not the recipe. But that's not the thing. That's like not at all what it says. Like you followed it, but then you added a bunch of other stuff and made it different. That's not the same. It's fine. I'm not salty about it. I was just like, what are you doing? Right? Yeah, I don't care if you change it. Just don't leave a shitty review. That's leaving a shitty review. If you changed it means that I don't trust your judgment. Right? Yeah, don't scramble. Is the Eat It Dad's Above the Microwave digital or physical? It is a physical object, and it is in fact 2 pieces because I knocked it off and broke it. But it is a physical thing. It's like a 3D cut, I don't know, cut thing. just kind of stays up there. Okay, so we did the onions. Cut the onion for the sloppy joe. Cut the onion for sloppy joe. Okay, let's make the sloppy joe, and while that's cooking, I can cut the other vegetables because I think I want to get that like moving. I also need some garlic for that. So let's do the garlic now while I'm in vegetable prep mode. Yeah, catastrophe. I let the recipes guide me. Yeah, and that's how I use recipes for the most part too. I don't. It's infrequent that I follow a recipe exactly. Now I will say, I do test recipes. Like I get paid to test recipes as part of the, as one of the things that I make money doing. When I'm testing a recipe and I'm getting paid for it, I follow it exactly. Like timing, not timing. Most of the time when I'm testing a recipe, they don't want you to test to the timing. They want you to test to the visual cues that the author has provided. Like cook 10 minutes until browned. Well, if I cook it on medium heat on my stove for 10 minutes and it's not browned, I cook it for longer until it is browned. And then my note is like, this took me 15 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever it took me. Because stoves are different and temperatures are, you know, the medium on you might be using the big burner, whereas I'm using the smaller burner for something. And, you know, our heat might not be commensurate. Good word, huh? All right. We have another cat who's orbiting. We have a different cat. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get this cat because this is a cat that we don't see. I want to show you the rare cat. Hold on, let me finish peeling this garlic while. What are you doing, bud? He's hanging out. He is hanging out. I think we're going to get him. He usually doesn't come on stream. Or rather, I should say, he has the least appearances of all the cats. Let me see if I can wrangle this one. Ah, baby. Big boy. Oh, you're going to let me pick you up and everything. You're being so good today. He's being so cuddly. Here he is. We have an Obi on stream now. This is an Obi. Boris, hello. This is Obi. And Obi is the rarest of the cats. He is also physically the largest of the cats. And he does not want to be here. Now that I've picked him up, he doesn't want to be here. Yeah. Oh, wow. Liquid cat. Obi, you haven't done your trick in a little while. You haven't done your trick in a while. Can you want to do your trick? Obi has a trick. He is kind of a Gumby cat. You can just do that. And he'll let you. And you just kind of... He just kind of allows this to happen. Now, these cats, as I mentioned, were adopted when they were like 1 day old. And they've literally just been picked up and handled like this every single day of their life. So this one is just doesn't care. Baby. He's very pliable. He is. He is. And now he wants to get down. Okay. Anyway, that's Obi. He's definitely an orange boy. And as you can see from the cat count, that he doesn't show up on stream super often. 50 times in a year. I guess that's a lot. That's almost once a week. But he's moved on, and he's sitting in his box, one of the boxes on the other side of the room. Catastrophe, you have 3. I love that. Do they get along? Do they all have, I mean, I know obviously they all have their own personalities, but do they actually like get along together? We'll wash my hands again. Having touched a cat, I'm gonna wash hands before continuing to produce food. All of our cats they're all from the same litter, so they quite literally grew up they are growing up together. They were never separated. They were always always together. So they get along really well. Just in general, they're very good with each other. Okay, so the garlic goes in at the same time. So I can just put the garlic into the same container. These garlics have little spots on them that don't look so hot, so we're gonna cut those off. And they're probably fine, but I don't know. I'd rather just cut them off and save myself the worry and the unknowing. Okay, so those are good. The girl is sassy, doesn't like to play, so she's leave me alone when they get near her. That feels accurate to these cats as well. The 2 boys kind of mess with each other a bit. And then Elsie, I think, is sort of I like to say she's the leader, but she's sort of the smartest of all of them. And I think she just holds herself to a higher standard in some capacity. I know that sounds silly, but the 2 boys will run around and play and kind of be idiots together. And then she doesn't really do that. Every once in a while she does. She's a bit more aloof, as it were. They all have their own personalities. I kind of love that. But John, it's funny. You have the ash icons. He's the only one we haven't seen today. And he's the one who's usually around. He's most around me. He was around all morning as I was when I was in the house today. He was hanging around me. So I'm kind of curious where he's gotten to. I wonder if the basement door is closed. He might be in the basement. I don't know. I don't think the basement door is closed. I'll call him. The other, I remember recently that command got used. Someone played a sound and Elsie was sitting on the counter and was like, what? She was very alert. Then one of those sounds must be saying something specific that cats can understand and react to. Okay. Sloppy Joe. We got the olive oil, we have the ground beef, onion, pepper, garlic. Now I need to get my spices out. Chili powder, paprika, salt, tomato sauce. Okay, let's get the spices out while we're doing this. Okay. Paprika, we got chili powder. Okay. Chili powder, paprika, salt, tomato sauce, a can of tomato sauce, tomato paste. Uh-oh. I forgot about tomato paste. Do I have any of that? I do. Okay. Brown sugar and mustard. Okay, get the brown sugar. That's not brown sugar. That is rye flour. This is brown sugar. Okay. Brown sugar and mustard, Dijon mustard. That's down here and in the back. All right. We've got it. Oh, I forgot to put my hat on. I meant to put a hat on today. Let's do that now while I'm thinking about it, or else I won't. Little Burger, welcome in. Nice to have you. Little Burger, I added you to the list of folks on Discord. When you go live, it like sends a notification in the Discord now. It's the community live channel. No obligation to join the Discord, but just FYI. I added, so I didn't post this in Discord, but over the weekend I went back. This is one of my train activities. I went back and added a bunch of people to the community live channel because we had a few. Because I hadn't updated that channel in a couple months. Okay, I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna move these peppers and onions to the simmer burner so that I can use the front burner here to make the sloppy joe. All right. There you go. All right. So that's ready. Let's come back over here for just a second while we're working through. Gonna open both these cans, we'll get out the beef, and then they'll be ready to go. Yeah, I added people who I knew were streaming, who like have raided before or just have hung out. I was going back through and updating some stuff for Cookie Club too. That was, and I was like, I noticed some folks were like, I give Cookie Club entries for raids, and I realized there were some people who have raided that aren't on that list, and I was like, wait, some of these folks should be on the list. The recipe is Montreal seasonings, Worcestershire, brown sugar, Saint tomato stuff, and red wine vinegar. I love that. I love Worcestershire too. This recipe is relatively easy. I mean, I could definitely add to it. I feel like I would be happy to add to it and like make some modifications and make it more my own. But at the same time, I've also made it a bunch of times, and every time I've made it, I've really liked it. So why change? Is sort of my philosophy. Okay, brown the beef. Heat the oil. Add the beef. 7 to 8 minutes. Okay. Transfer the beef to a plate. Set aside. Easy. Okay. So here's the beef. Ready to go. Let's add the oil to my pan. And I'm going to turn that on. Now, some things I measure, some things I don't. The oil in the bottom of this pan for browning the beef, not measuring that. I know there's a measurement on here, but I don't know what it is. So, what does it say? 2 teaspoons. I'm doubling this recipe, so 4 teaspoons. I guess that's probably about fine. What's this here sauce, right? Wash your sister sauce. I've heard that too. They're all Worcestershire. That's another one. Wait, hold on. Nope, this view. Yeah, there we go. And there. All right, so we're gonna pop this in. So this is 3 pounds. Oh, nope, 3 pounds of ground beef. And I'm gonna turn that up a little bit. I'm gonna break that up. We're gonna take get a spatula. I always make the mistake of using the spatula that I want to use at the end to do this, and then it is annoying at the end when I have like when I have to wash it. Is this on? Okay, I did turn this on. Great. The kitten is living for the camera. Nice. I hope the kitten likes ground beef. This is quite a bit. This is going to take a little bit more than 7 minutes. It usually does because I have I've doubled the recipe. But we're just breaking this up. Beth, welcome in. Hello. Hello indeed. All right. We're now on stream today. I might finish, I'm thinking about this now, I might finish some of my prep for this trip tomorrow on stream because tomorrow we're going to try for those beet cookies again. I updated my recipe. I made some changes. We're going to try them again. But I'm going to need to roast the beets unless I do that today, but I don't really want to do that today. I kind of want to do that tomorrow. I want to do like the whole thing on stream. So, I think I might save some of my prep for tomorrow. And when I say some, I don't mean the food prep. I mean like the portioning the oatmeal, pancake stuff, etc. Catastrophe says, how many people are going camping? Just Calvin and I. So it's my son and myself going. I am, now to be fair, I'm making a double batch of the Sloppy Joe because one, I really like the Sloppy Joe. And two, he also really likes the Sloppy Joe. And I leave some of it at home too. So typically when we go camping, it is, I say typically, it's always just he and I. For the most part, sometimes we have other like friends who go, his friends specifically. Like I think the next trip that we go on is a friend's camp out. So we have this one, then we'll do a friend's one, and then we'll do one over Memorial Day weekend, I believe. And then that will be that until after the summer. Where the hell? Oh, they're over here. Okay. I'm like, where did I put the tongs for these peppers? Now, the peppers, when I moved all my big pile of cast iron off of the stove, I had the tongs in there. So these are the peppers and onions that we're cooking slowly. So you can see they're getting a little bit of color on them. Things are looking good here. I'm just kind of giving those a stir. The onions are a little softer than the peppers currently, but they'll all sort of congeal into something nice towards within the next hour or so. So those are looking good. Now my beef is coming along. I hear it simmering down on the bottom. We're gonna keep this. This is nicely broken up at the moment, but I'm going to keep stirring. And get this, I want this to be browned. Now this doesn't have to be cooked completely all the way through because this is going to simmer in the tomato sauce for, I don't know, 15 or 20 minutes or so. So it'll finish cooking. I just want it needs to be browned all the way on the outside. That's what the directions say. So we brown the beef. Well, it does actually, the directions say cook through. So never mind. We'll cook all of this through. I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to turn the peppers down. And I wonder if I should put a lid on those peppers. I always leave them sort of open. I'm just like, I'm wondering if the steam will. I've never covered the sausage and peppers when I've cooked it. And I'm just in this moment, I'm looking at all the steam coming off of them and wondering if that would be a good thing or not. I don't know. I don't know. I might try to cover them because they'll definitely get softer in the steam. They won't get browned, but they will get soft. All right, now the beef is going. I didn't start a timer for this. I'm just kind of like letting it cook. It says about 7 to 8 minutes, which I don't think we're at 7 to 8 minutes yet. But as I mentioned, this is going to take a little longer than that because it's twice as much in the same size pan. Actually, the recipe calls for a skillet. And I could probably make this in a skillet, but I don't think I've ever made this in a skillet. I always have used a pot. I love this Dutch oven though. This is like the move. And I'm giving it, I'm chopping it a little bit as it's cooking. At the end, this recipe calls for using a potato masher to finish this, which I kind of love. All right, stirring the peppers and onions. Yeah, little burger. Anytime you can use a anytime you can use one of like a potato masher, but any of those like one trick kitchen utensils for something else, when you find another use for it, it always feels so special. Refried beans is a good idea. All right. I love refried beans. I've never actually made them though. What do you mash them with? Like onions? I'm imagining just like fried onions and spices. I feel like refried beans have all sorts of stuff in them. I just don't really know. I kind of just eat them out of a can. I'm very ignorant to what's in a refried bean. Definitely a me problem. I did see that, Gwen. I felt my pocket blowing up. Did you guys talk about karate at all? Or is there just homework involved this evening? I didn't see any text about karate, but I also am aware that you may have texted him separately. If he's, oh, okay, he's going to think about it. Yeah, that means he just doesn't want to say no. Got it. Okay. Okay. Good note on the homework, though. Cool. So beef is almost ready. I'm going to give this another like 3-4 minutes. And then we'll move along to the next part. So I'm going to finish this. This is the base for the Sloppy Joes. Age of Attraction finale. Oh, nice. Is that the one that, that's the one with the old people who are like dating younger people, right? Like the age gap relationships. Is anyone else watching that? Age of Attraction? I feel like I'm morbidly curious about it. I feel like I just kind of want to hit the highlights. I don't actually want to watch the show. Okay, the final episode's coming out today. Good. Well, enjoy. I hope that that's fun and enlightening. If you were on Age of Attraction, would you want to date someone younger or older? I feel like I would want to date someone older so I could just be taken care of. Shayna says younger. Older, okay. Well, I have not seen this show. I'll watch the highlights. I'll watch the YouTube recap later. I'm sure I'll hear all about it. Okay, this looks pretty well finished. Gwen says it looks good. I think it looks good too. Let's break apart a larger piece. Yeah, that's browned all the way through. Okay, we're good. So let's get this off the stove for a moment. I need to dump this into a bowl. I'm going to come over to the counter here for a moment. I'm going to dump this into a bowl to hold, and then we'll come right back to the stove and we're going to work on the rest of it. We'll work on the give me a spoon here. There we go. Next we do the onions and peppers and all the aromatics in here. So same pan, and then we add the beef back in afterward. There we go. Okay. So that's good. I dumped a little bit of beef out onto my cutting board. Oh no. Well, at least it's cooked. Okay. Next. Return the pan to medium-high heat. Add the onion, pepper, and garlic. Okay, medium-high heat. Is that lit? No. Now it is. Okay. Medium-high heat. I'm going to add a little bit more oil in here. And the pan is pretty hot, so that should be ready to go. Cook until softened. Add the spices, chili powder, paprika, and salt. Then we add the liquids and the tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard. Return the reserved peach to the pan. Then we simmer. Okay, so let's come on back over to the stove here. Oh, that's the one. This is the one we want. There we go. Okay. So we are adding all of our aromatics now. We're going to cook these until they're softened. You're making subs? What kind of subs? Steak subs? I love that. What are you putting on them? All right, we have our aromatics. I want to add a little bit of salt here. Just like a little sprinkle of salt. I know that doesn't call for it, but I'm gonna add a little bit of oregano because it's out on the counter. And I want to add that now so it has a little bit of time to rehydrate along with the onion jus that's about to come out of here. So we have onion, pepper, and garlic, a little mirepoix of sorts. Not actually a mirepoix. Of sorts. Okay. So I'm going to cook this in till things are soft. 6 to 8 minutes, it says. And then we just basically add to this pan from here on out. Everything, I took the beef out, but the beef and everything else will just go back in here eventually. Charlie says, I'm not confident enough to call them Philly subs. You know what? I bet you that they're going to be better than some of the places here in Philly that make a sub and call them a Philly sub. And I bet you they're going to be better. That's better than some of the places outside of Philly that call things a Philly sub. Because I've seen what they put on menus outside of this city, and it's not great. Not great. Okay, let me get my spices ready to go there. I want to get the chili powder, paprika, and salt. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of each of these. We have chili powder, so 2 teaspoons each, chili powder and paprika. That's what it calls for. I always sort of add more as my heart desires. But we're going to start with that. I feel like I always add more chili powder to this. It's not steakums. Hey, I mean, and if it were, I understand steakums are pretty good. All right, we got chili powder. We got smoked paprika. Put those back in the cabinet. And salt. I'm going to add, instead of regular salt, I'm going to add a little bit of celery salt to this. Just to give it a little extra punch. Nine says, yesterday my son told me Primanti brothers put slaw on their Reuben. Are you, now here's my ignorance showing through. Are you not supposed to put slaw on a Reuben? Is it not a Reuben anymore after that? I love slaw on a sandwich. I think slaw on a sandwich is excellent. But I feel you in the like, hey, but maybe it's not exactly the thing that you're calling it because of the slaw. I don't know that I've heard that before, but I also am not super versed in the Reuben experience. I am going to put a lid on the peppers and onions. So that because the onions are really soft and the peppers are not quite there yet. So I'm going to put a lid on those for a few minutes and just see what happens. We'll let them steam for a bit. They're already pretty browned. Sauerkraut on a Reuben. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. That sounds familiar. Clearly, I don't eat Reubens. I eat them with enthusiasm when I eat them, but I can't remember the last time I had them. I've actually thought about a Reuben several times in the past year. But then I've always been like, am I that hungry? Do I really want all of that? And I've decided I don't. Okay, sauerkraut though. Do I use baking soda to marinate steak? Maybe. I don't know. I personally never have, but the last time I cooked a steak, I was probably a teenager. And the last time I had a steak, period, was easily a decade ago. A chemical tasting avocado. Interesting. Weird. Has anyone ever, as Vela says, has anyone else ever had a strange, like, chemically tasting avocado? I've definitely had some like odd tasting fruits before. I don't know if I could point to an avocado. I'm wondering if it wasn't ripe. Broccoli slaw is so good, Catastrophe. Now I'm like thinking about that. Now I'm thinking about coleslaw. I know that we just said it wasn't the right thing, but I'm like, coleslaw on a Reuben would be pretty good. A little less dressing maybe. I feel like sauerkraut isn't as like coleslaw is very mayonnaise-y. I mean, I guess depending on the type of slaw that you make, it's very mayonnaise-y. I feel like you'd need a little less of the dressing. Interesting. Fellas, that's weird. Did you I guess I'm wondering if you still had like the sticker or knew where it came from, if there was like a sourcing information available. Okay, let's do the liquids now. Cook the aromatics and the spices. Reduce the heat, add the chili powder, paprika, and salt, and cook for about a minute. Then we add the liquids. So we're adding our spices. This is chili powder and paprika. I'm gonna add a little bit of celery salt. That's all that's left in that container, so we'll just add all of that. And we'll cook that for a little bit longer. These are soft, but not like, they're not like burnt. They're just starting to get soft, so that is good. Kind of from Kroger. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess I was thinking like, I don't always look at the stickers on things when I get them. I usually just peel them off and throw them away. That's one of those situations where I might, if I knew it had a sticker and it was like still like in the trash somewhere, I might have looked and just been like, where did this come from? Is this like a not old, is this a, where's the sourcing from? Okay, how much? 4 tablespoons of tomato paste. So 4, there's 2, 1, 2. I'm gonna add all this tomato paste because I don't really want to save it. I might as well just add all of it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay if I do. All right, so we're gonna add the sauce, paste, sugar, and mustard. Okay, let's add the tomato paste first. And we'll let that brown a little bit on the bottom. I love when you add the tomato paste and you sort of like, it gets that like brick red on the bottom of the pan. You kind of let it brown up a little bit. I think it's better that way. So we're gonna do that. Stir the paste in, and while the paste cooks, we will get my sugar out. Woody chicken. Interesting. I've never heard this term. What does that mean? Like what is that physically? Daisy's barking in the kitchen because Ash was trying to jump on the counter, Gwen. She was alerting me to the fact that the cat was on the counter trying to eat the bacon. He has since been removed. Oh, okay, stringy meat. Interesting. Like uncooked stringy. All right. I know what you're saying. How much sugar am I adding to this? Brown sugar. 4 tablespoons. Okay. So 4 tablespoons is a 1/4 cup. So we'll just use a 1/4 cup measure. Good. Yeah, Ash is up here on the chair, Gwen, he's trying to sneak onto the counter, but I keep looking over at him and he keeps shying away. Okay. So tomato paste is cooking. I kind of want this to start to like stick to the bottom of the pan a little bit and like get a little bit burnt. Yeah, fellas, I believe that. It's interesting. I often, most of the chicken that I buy is from a specific vendor. Most of what I get is from Godshall's poultry farm in Reading Terminal. I don't know. It's not like organic, but I think that it's not sort of like this black box of grocery store chicken sourcing. Like, where did it come from? Yeah, it's a local, I'd say trusted supplier. I mean, they're in Reading Terminal, so they sell a lot. I don't know what exactly their practices are on the farm necessarily. Kathy, welcome in. Okay, this is what Daisy is barking at. We have an Ash. We have a cat on the counter who just wants bacon. He's looking, he wants it. He sees it on the counter. He wants it real bad. Baby, you're not getting the bacon. He's thinking about it, though. He wants it so bad. There's beef on the counter. There's bacon on the counter. This cat just wants it. He wants all the meats. Daisy lets me know. She's letting me know that you're up here causing trouble. Command Ash in chat. You can Ash. You might be tied for the lead. I know Ash is in the lead. Okay, you got to get down though. We're getting down now. Okay. Yeah, now he's flopped over on the floor. I see him. He's not on the counter anymore, so I don't care. Daisy's very concerned that there's a cat around. Okay, tomato sauce, paste, brown sugar, and mustard. Okay, so we're adding the tomato paste. No, sauce now. Tomato sauce. So a whole can of tomato sauce. The recipe calls for a 15-ounce can. There's a 28-ounce can. One of those like 28.5-ounce cans. But since we're doubling the recipe, we just use a larger one. And we stir that in, scrape the bottom. When I said we were going to get like a little bit of burnt bits on the bottom, this is the part where they all come up. Yeah, dude, everything's more expensive. Everything's more expensive. Although I will say yesterday, I was thankful that I had that little scooter. I was driving the scooter around and I filled it up with gas and it was $2. 2 tablespoons of mustard. Well, I'm not going to actually measure the mustard. I'm just going to like put about, that's like 1 tablespoon. And that's a 2nd tablespoon. We'll add just a little bit more just in case I was wrong. We'll add that. We'll add the sugar. We'll stir to combine. And then we're going to add the meat back in here and we're going to simmer this for about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, the Prius. The Prius has been going strong for a while. I mean, yours specifically, but as a brand, I feel like Prius is, we're coming back around to those. Gwen's looking at cars right now. Not in this exact moment, although maybe in this exact moment. Okay, return the reserved beef to the pan. Mash the beef. Okay, mash, simmer. Okay, now we're going to return the beef to the pan. We're going to return this, including the juices. So there's a lot of juices in here. So we put all the juice back in. So now this is coming along. This is almost finished. I'm going to stir. I'm going to stir to combine, and then we'll use the potato masher to like really kind of mash this down. Now I did do a pretty reasonable job of getting this all broken up when I was cooking it, so shouldn't be too much more to break up, but I see some chunks, so we definitely want to use the masher. And I need to taste this because this is the part where I would be adding salt if I needed to. Like before it simmers down, I'm gonna add a little pepper to this because I didn't really put any pepper in here at all. But this is the part where if it needs salt, I'm gonna need to add it. Because I don't want to add it like at the end, at the very, very end. But let's mash this. I'm gonna get my potato masher out. The potato masher lives in a drawer, or it lives in a cabinet off of the main area, away from the primary drawers in the kitchen because it's one of those, oh shit, well, there goes that. Okay, hold on. We have broken glass. I know, bud, you can't investigate the broken glass. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Well, I need to get we're gonna need to take a break here in a second. Because I need to clean up. I just dropped a glass pitcher out of the cabinet and I need to get a broom and the dustpan, and we're going to do that. We're going to take a BRB and we're going to let this simmer while I do that. So, just a moment here. I'm going to keep, Daisy is right next to me because there's beef. All right, that looks pretty good. Just dropped that pitcher right out of the cabinet and shattered it. Okay, Obi. All right, hold on. Pause. Obi, get away. Okay. I am gonna clean that up in just a moment. I'm gonna taste test this, make sure it's seasoned. We're gonna let this simmer. It's very mustardy, which is good. I like that. I put a little extra mustard in there, and I definitely think that it is apparent that I put a little extra mustard in there. Fallgeist, welcome in. Hello. Gwen, thank you. Gwen's come to wrangle the cats and the dog. Okay, I'm gonna get the broom and clean that up in just a moment here. Okay. Well, we didn't need that. We didn't need that pitcher anyway. Where did I put that spoon? All right, let's try this one more time. That's pretty good. I don't think that needs anything. It just needs to simmer for a few minutes. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna come back over here. I'm gonna put the lid on this just a little bit. We'll let that go. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab the broom and the dustpan and clean that pitcher. We'll clean that broken glass all over the floor up. Let me check these off the list. Okay, make sloppy Joe. Done. Cool. We're doing really well. We're getting through the list today. I feel good about the timing. But we need to take a pause. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the Be Right Back stream on with some clips to play for a moment instead of playing an ad. We will be back in just a moment. Buffering. Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Oh, I need to set a timer. 15. Okay, that is simmering. Turn this down, turn this way down. Okay, we'll be right back. I'm gonna set the BRB screen on. Uncommon, hello. And then I'm gonna clean up some broken glass. So just give me a minute. Okay. So someone in a Dallas Cowboys jersey. What's going on? Go Birds! That is the most Philly reaction that you could possibly have.
said it out loud, didn't I?
Oh my god, that's so good though.
Your thoughts? Has black tea as a base?
But seriously, go Birds.
I'm rocking right now.
Fall Guy says, I'm at the age where I'm either supposed to have kids or nieces or nephews of my own. And the development of a sense for dad jokes comes with that. It's true. It's true. As you age, I feel like it's just like, oh no. As does a propensity for sensible shoes and tucking your t-shirt in. It keeps things tight around the middle when you tuck your t-shirt in, you know? Trade secret. Is that an overshare? Whatever, who cares? To make it even worth broadcasting, it just doesn't have the ass to really make it go, as they say in car culture, which I know frankly nothing about, and I don't really know why I said that, but it just came to mind, and you know, good day. So maybe, hold on, maybe we'll get one. Nope. Nope. That's from Book of Mormon. That's the finale sound. We finally got one. Hey, Eat It Dad, please stop spamming the chat with sounds. Thank you. Sorry, Lou. I won't do it again. He would not do it again. Spoons per stick. That's 2 sticks. 2 halves make a whole. So does a shovel. Because of motion blur. Because if I did this, it might be blurrier. How often do I do this? Once, at least. One time ever. This is a beautiful Termini Brothers gold medal pastry. And somehow, this thing is very small, but somehow this is going to be extravagant and filling. I think it's because it's like full of cream cheese. Oh my God, that's so good. They both did what they were supposed to do, which was, oh, God. My hair looks super fucking emo when I have it poking out the front like that. Spite is such a powerful motivator. Oh my God, I love it. It's one of my favorite motivators, honestly. Has some nice layers on one side where the fork didn't take hold. And now this is one that I didn't use the fork on, and you can see sort of how the edge is a bit puffier. So, a little different there. But let's do let's open one of these up. It's going to give this. They do all look the same, Liz. These could have apples in them, they could have octopus in them, but these have asparagus in them. Asparagus, cheese,
we are
and rice.
finished cleaning up a bunch of broken glass.
Let's find the right zoom for this. There
It's good.
it is.
Let's let this
Sorry to
clip
bounce around
finish,
so much,
and then
but
we'll
that's
be
what the inside of these looks like.
we'll be back. Okay. Well, we did it. We cleaned up some broken glass, so we're back. It's I had a when I pulled the potato masher out, there's a pitcher on the shelf above it, and I like bumped it, and it just came tumbling out, and I couldn't stop it. Yeah, I was like, oh no. I like that pitcher too. It's a good one. It's like the lemonade pitcher. I don't know. Uncommon. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, geez. Shayna, I want a cannoli right now too, for sure. Amy G, welcome in. Hello. Happy Wednesday. I know, fudge drawing. Hopefully not. I swept up and then I wiped the floor with like a wet cloth to like get any little bits. I think it still needs to be mopped though. Anne says, great sweatpants season is my favorite. You know what's funny? That's funny. I own one pair of sweatpants and they are in fact gray. And the only time I ever wear them out of the house, I used to say never. The only time I ever wear them out of the house is to walk to and from the gym in the winter. But we're in Philly, so gray sweatpants season is year round. Welcome to South Philly. Okay, recalibrate. We have made the sloppy joe. It is simmering in this pot. The onions and peppers are in here. They're maybe finished. Yeah. Yeah, they're done. They're soft. They're soft enough. I'm gonna let those. I'm gonna take the lid off and let these kind of steam for a few minutes just to get the rest of the moisture off, and then we'll put those in a container. I'll put them on the counter. My mushrooms and meatballs are finally cool, so we can put the lid on those. I had the lid just sort of like cracked to the side, but these are ready to go. Let me label these. Fuck, where did my blue tape go? Someone, okay. I don't want to blame anybody, but where the blue tape in the drawer is not there. So, just a moment. Yeah, I've been yelling, I yelled coast is clear. Okay. Yeah? Okay. 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 Well, Gwen just threw Calvin under the bus hard because I knew the blue tape would be in the basement. But blame was immediately got thrown under the bus. No, I believe you. What do you need tape for? I don't know, but I'll tell you what, I knew where to find it. Okay, meatballs and mushrooms. Perfect. All right, excuse me, Days. Thank you. So these are good to go. Those are good to go. This is good. This is good. I'm just like moving things to the side that don't need to be processed or touched. Okay, perfect. I'm positive. Yeah, I mean, I'm as sure, Gwen, I'm as sure that there's no glass on the ground as I can be. I didn't see any large chunks. I think it would be worth mopping, like moving everything off to the side and mopping later. But right now, I swept the floor and I wiped it with a cloth, like a wet cloth. So I feel okay about where it is. Are there more? Probably. Okay. Got the pepper cut for the thing. I'm gonna cut up some broccoli for our dips, and then we'll be good. We've got like we're making our way through the list. Next on the list is to make banana bread. No face. What part of the world are you in? Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. So we're in the city proper. I say the city proper. I mean, like, I'm actually in the city. Some people are like, I'm from Philly. And then you're like, what part? And they're like, Delaware County. And you're like, that's not Philadelphia. But if you were not from anywhere close to here, Delaware County is close enough. Brotherly love, right? Yes. Correct. Correct. Philadelphia is called the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. We've added that one to the list too, to be a little bit more inclusive. But yeah, Philadelphia, home of the Liberty Bell and cheesesteaks, and I don't know, what else are we known for? Being obnoxious. It's also that. I'm just going to cut up one head of broccoli here. And I'm splitting this between two cups. I'm making, this is for a lunch. This is basically just like vegetables for a dip, like dipping. Yeah, for Rocky, right, of course, Rocky. Yeah, I think that's it though. For being close to New York City, we get that a lot. People are like, oh, it's like a mini New York. No, it's in fact not at all like a mini New York. They're not the same. Philly is significantly smaller. We can start with that. I do get annoyed when people are like, compare Philly to New York, because I don't think that's fair. Just because they're near each other. Like Baltimore is pretty close too, but you don't see people comparing New York to Baltimore. Okay, so the broccoli and the peppers are cut up and packaged. While I'm at it, why don't I just put some of the peas, snap peas, in this container? I could put the peas and the carrots in this container and it'll be, actually, no, I don't think I'll put the carrots in here, but I will put the peas in here. So again, these are just containers for dips. I have some hummus that I purchased separately. So I was like going to make hummus, and then I remembered that I was going to Reading Terminal, and I was like, oh, but the place that sells hummus in Reading Terminal has really good hummus. So let's get it from there instead. Not that I don't like making it, but I bought it because I was like, you know, I don't need to make this. It is nice just to have it. The place that I got it from is Kamal's Middle Eastern Cuisine. We love Kamal's. Oh. No, says the only place on the East Coast I've been to is Boston. So I know nothing about any of the cities. Reasonable. And people compare Boston to New York, but again, there's not really a comparison. People compare Boston and New York only because there's like a sports rivalry thing between the two. There really isn't any comparison between those two cities. Culture, you know, whatever. Some sort, maybe culturally in some capacities, but like not. New York is its own thing. Like truly. Uncommon, what do you do with your hummus? Like, what do you put in it? DC is smaller. Yeah, I think maybe people probably compare DC and New York because they see them as like seats of power, essentially. Like DC for politics and New York for like cultural capital and just general like being a big city. I think that, yeah, I hear people compare Philly to New York not often, not as much anymore. Maybe it's because I live here, but and Philadelphians don't think of New York that way. If I think about it at all, I'm not comparing what the city I live in is like. And to be fair, I don't really think about New York all that often. It doesn't like come up. Okay, am I doing anything else? I want to clean the mushrooms. Okay, so I have some mushrooms. I'm just thinking am I doing anything else with this for my stock before I throw this in my stock bag? Okay, I do want to get this Sloppy Joe off of the stove. This is simmered and like not ready to package yet because it's still it's hot. We're gonna take that off the stove and just let this sit on the counter to like cool down just a little bit before I toss it in a container. Some of the sauce. Taste, season, and serve. Taste, season with salt. Great. Spoon onto toasted buns. Okay, so this is ready to package up. I know that this makes about 10 cups worth of Sloppy Joe. Having made it before, I have that note on the container. So let's do 3 containers. And then I want to get one for the peppers and onions too. So we'll put that there. And all right, those are good. We're transitioning now. We're like moving from one. I am actually just going to package this Sloppy Joe because it'll cool off just the same in these containers. And I'm not putting them in the fridge just yet. So like I can clear a dish. I can clear a whole dish. That'll be nice. That's a good thing. Okay, so let's do that while we look. 9 says I'm from Buffalo and get far too irritated when people call it upstate. So you would say Western New York, right? I was saying the other day I was saying to somebody that like calling what town was I thinking of? Woodstock, upstate New York, is also sort of like weird because it's like just on the border. It's like right there, right? I'm glad I've never heard them make the DC comparison in Boston. Yeah, Boston's, when you really think about Boston as a city, what most people consider when they're thinking about Boston is not just the city of Boston. They're considering the greater Boston area. Like, for example, people were like, oh, Harvard is a Boston school. Like, no, it's not. It's not in Boston. It's in Cambridge. And that's a totally separate city. It is, in fact, the city of Cambridge. So is MIT. So is Tufts. Like, Boston itself as a city is very small. Like, incredibly small. Whereas New York as a city is massive. But not as big as like plenty of cities out west. Because New York is on an island. Or a lot of it's on an island. Okay. Worsey says, I add whole garlic cloves when I boil chickpeas for hummus. Yes! I love that. Because it's all getting blended anyway, right? Just add them in whole. Uncommon says, you make yours with chickpeas, tahini, garlic, lemon juice, salt, and chili powder. All right, love that. Keep some of the aquafaba, which is the bean water. Yes. For the thickness. That makes sense. I haven't made hummus in a while. It's been probably a year or two. Last time I made hummus was definitely on stream, but I don't remember when specifically. No, enjoy your lurk at work. Thank you for coming through. For anyone who's lurking, I want to note that follows are silent. So if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. You do follow the stream, but there's no alerts or sounds or there's nothing, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages thanking you for the follow. And I specifically don't mention it. I don't say anything. So if you are lurking and enjoying your time hanging out in stream, I want you to know that hitting the follow button is completely anonymous. There is no
exposure, there's no recognition unless you chat first. If you chat, then I'll talk to you. And if you just hit the follow button, there is it is completely anonymous. So like just a little awareness in case you're out there in the world lurking and don't like to be perceived. I don't like to be perceived. So yeah, a little raw garlic. That's fine though. Like, yeah, I feel you on like, yeah, you don't want to have too much, but garlic and hummus is, you gotta have it. I think you gotta have it. All right, I'm not closing these up. I'm just putting lids on them. That way, if I look away for 14 seconds and I come and I look back, there's not going to be a cat with their face stuffed in there. And says, I think the square footage of Kansas City is bigger than most eastern cities. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of like Phoenix, Arizona when I said that. Just like the size of the thing sprawling out into the world is not something that we get in this part of the country. Tidy Whities, welcome in. No Vuvuzela is announcing your arrival. No, we don't like that. I get really anxious when I am in a new to me stream. I'll never follow a new streamer or like someone that I don't know until I know what they do when someone follows. Real fact, true fact. I have a draft in my email called follow offline. And if I want to follow somebody, I will put their name in that draft email and check back later and follow them when they are no longer live. So if you get an offline follow from me, it's probably because I was watching your stream and then wanted to follow you, but didn't know what happened when someone did. And I appreciate when nothing happens because I don't want to be perceived. If I follow you, I don't want you to say, I don't really want anything to happen. If I chat, that's different. And usually when I chat, I'm like, then someone says something and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, oh no, I messed up. I should have stayed lurking. Okay. But we're doing good here. We made the sloppy joe. We've packaged. We have cooked the pepper and onion and packaged that. All right, I gotta clean. We're not going to do that today. Am I going to do that today? Yeah, I'm going to do that today. I am because it's a thing that I am definitely not going to do at camp, and I can clean. I want to clean these mushrooms, but I can clean and trim them at the same time. And we'll take the trimmings and put them in my stock bowl, and that will be good. That'll be the end of it. Okay. Decisions were made. Surprise call. Surprise. Yeah, and the western part of this country, the U.S., is incredible to me. Like, Philadelphia specifically is like between two rivers. Like, New York is an island. Boston is like a small peninsula in a bay. Like, it's all these cities don't have the room to sprawl out any further than they are. Like, I think it's fascinating that, you know, the cities that are out west that are like planned have all this space, and, you know, but also that means that there are like a lot of car culture cities. I'm pretty sure Houston is bigger than the state of Connecticut. I believe that for sure. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Yeah, no, I don't see when anyone follows me until later. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I see it because it's in the activity feed. Like, I have the activity feed up in case I need to see it. Like, you know, when someone redeems something and I miss it in chat, it stays in that little window. So like, if you follow, I see it, but like, acknowledge it. I don't like do anything with that information. It doesn't it doesn't come out on stream. And I wonder if I could take it out of the activity feed. I actually never looked to see if I could do that. I would love that. I would love to just take it completely out. Because every once in a while, someone will follow me and I will like forget that I'm not supposed to say anything. I don't end up saying anything, but like I have to mentally stop myself. I'm like, start to respond. And I don't even know why. It's because I'm not paying attention or something else. I'm distracted some other way. The truth is out there. Yes, it is. Public transport is almost non-existent. Right. And that is one of the reasons I love living in the city, just in general, is like I take the bus a lot of places. I also drive. Like, I don't not drive. I have a car. But to get places generally in the city, I prefer taking the bus or walking. I also like to walk. That's a thing. Okay, well that was easy. We've trimmed all of our mushrooms. Trimmed and cleaned mushrooms. So those are just ready to cook now. That was the goal. Like get those to the point where they're, to the point where I can just toss those with some olive oil and put them in a pan and they're ready to go. All right. So we're done with our scraps. So any of the things that are going to be like vegetable stuff. And next on the list is banana bread. So we're going to do muffins this time, which will make it a little easier. Obi has a rubber band. I'm going to take that away from you, bud. I'm sorry. He's very disappointed. He gave me such a sad look. But like, I don't really want the cats eating rubber bands. It's just not a thing that I'm into in this moment. I'm going to recalibrate on the counter here because I've got some mixing to do. We're just going to mix all this. Banana bread is super easy. There's no, not complicated. So it all comes together in one bowl. So we're just going to get all of that done. After I clear a little bit here, we have I'm getting overwhelmed with the amount of things that are just out and like not put away anywhere. So bear with me for a moment as I sort of dash and stow and like reorganize the counter. Okay. I think that's good. All right, so all that stuff is just cooling off over there. Perfect. And let's recalibrate. Clean the mushrooms. Great. All right, we're doing great. We're getting through our list. So let's sort of go back to the top for a second here and reestablish what are we even doing today? What's happening? What is all of this? I'm going camping. This is a trip prep stream. So I am doing both whole meal, whole dish prep. So like the sloppy joes that I made are a whole dish. The banana bread muffins that I'm about to make are a breakfast. We're going to do some breakfast taquitos a little bit later. But I'm also doing prep. So I did some the onions and peppers that I just packaged up. Those are for sausage with onions and peppers. I'm going to cook the sausage at the campsite. Our meals for this upcoming trip are breakfast taquitos, which are eggs, bacon, cheese, avocado rolled in a little tortilla. We're going to do pancakes with berries, syrup, and whipped cream. We're going to do banana bread with honey butter. We're going to do oatmeal with berries and whipped cream and special toppings too. Special toppings is a jar with random stuff in it: chocolate, coconut,
pieces of graham cracker, sprinkles, raisins. It's like a bunch of disparate stuff. Lunches, dips. So we're doing like a crudité sort of lunch. I have hummus that I purchased already, so I'm not making that. I have some baby carrots. We cut up some broccoli and peppers. I also have snow peas and a little bit of some small Kirby cucumbers, they're called. And then we're doing quesadillas one day, just simple on the griddle. Tortillas with cheese and chicken in them, and sour cream for dipping. The chicken is going to come from one of the dinners. So one of the dinners is grilled over the campfire dinner. This is chicken quarters, which is like legs and thighs, bone-in legs and thighs. Just seasoned really simply, olive oil, salt, pepper, and a little bit of like za'atar or something. And then I'm going to put the mushrooms that I just cleaned and cut along with whole, those are going to be in a cast iron pan, and then I'm just going to put some whole carrots on the grill next to the chicken. So I'm going to take some of the chicken from that and put it in the quesadillas. So we're also doing sausage with pepper and onion, cheese, and cheese. That is cooked. I cooked the sausage and peppers, but the sausages we'll do at camp either in the pan or on the grill. We're doing pasta with Alfredo, meatballs, and mushrooms. I baked the meatballs and the mushrooms earlier in stream. So the meatballs are fully cooked, the mushrooms are fully cooked, they're packaged, they're already in the fridge. I am going to combine those with an Alfredo sauce that I bought, and so really all I need to do is make pasta that night and then mix it all together. And then we'll do Sloppy Joe, which I just finished. It's over there on the counter cooling. That's going to be in rolls with cheese and pickles and chips. So when you eat Sloppy Joe, you have the sandwich, but then you put like the tortilla, like the scoops, like the little scoops chips. You put tortilla chips of any variety on your plate, and you eat them. You eat the Sloppy Joe over the tortilla chips, and the loose meat like kind of drops off and gets on the chips, and then you eat the chips afterward. So we're going to make banana bread next. We're going to do that in muffin form. This is going to be a simple recipe from Mark Bittman's How to Cook Everything. It's the same recipe I make regularly whenever I make banana bread. Then when the banana bread is cooking, we're going to make honey butter. So I have some butter that I got out at the very beginning of stream. This is super soft now. I'm just going to whip this with a bunch of honey, and then we'll put that in a container. And then we're going to move along and make the breakfast tacos, which is going to be cooked eggs. I'm going to cook the eggs and cut an avocado, and then we'll assemble that with the bacon that I made earlier in stream, which is over here behind this water bottle. Bacon, for those of you watching vertically, there's a big plate of bacon. This is like, ready to go. It's cooked and cooled at this point. So that is what we're doing. And then so the other things that I have to do to prep are going to be mixing the pancake mix, portioning some oatmeal, cutting rolls for the sausages, and then grating cheese for the quesadillas. I think some of those things I'm going to save for tomorrow's stream, because tomorrow I need to wait for beets to roast. I think I could roast them today, but then I'm not going to process them today. I just want to roast them and process them on the same day. Like I kind of want to just do it all at once. So we're going to do that tomorrow. Okay. Let's get this banana bread in the oven. I need the cookbook though first. I didn't get it out. There it is. I think it's this cookbook. I feel like it is. I don't know. Gnocchi. Nope. Onion quiche. Nope. Oatmeal cookies. Nope. Pie crust. Nope. Chicken pot pie. Nope. Banana bread. There it is. Makes one loaf. About an hour. Okay. One stick of butter, softened. Okay, great. I got out butter earlier for that exact purpose. Flour, whole wheat flour, salt, baking powder, sugar, eggs, bananas, vanilla, walnuts, and coconut. All right, let's get my dry ingredients out. Flour, wheat flour, baking powder, sugar. Okay. And if I don't have whole wheat flour, I do. You know what? Instead of the, no, I'm gonna use the whole wheat flour. Okay, because I do have it. And no, you know what? I'm gonna use, should I use some of this rye flour instead? I feel like that might be good. Baking powder, sugar, vanilla. I feel like I kind of want to use some of this rye flour instead. That's baking powder, right? Powder, confirmed powder. Sugar, powder, salt is here. All-purpose flour. Okay. Maybe I'll use some of this rye flour instead. Whole grain. I mean, this is a whole grain flour, so I think I can probably use it. It's not whole wheat, but I kind of like the idea of it. I only need a half a cup of it, so that's fine. Bananas I have. Eggs. Need 2 eggs. 1, 2. 3 bananas. Walnuts or pecans. Oh, you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use these candied pecans that I have in here because I've been like sort of not waiting to eat these or use them, but like I have candied pecans in here. So we're going to use like candied pecans in the banana bread. That's going to be delicious. And then coconut, shredded coconut. Do I have that? I should probably do. It's up here somewhere. It is not a commonly used thing, so that's sugar. Maybe I don't. If I have to omit the coconut, that's fine. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is sweetened coconut. I guess that's okay. I don't have like regular shredded coconut, but I'll just use the sweetened coconut and it'll be a little sweeter. And that's okay too. All right, perfect. Cool. Heat the oven to 350. Oven is at 400. 9, an omelet bar for camping sounds amazing. I love that idea. I think that's a, I want to steal that for the next time I take Calvin's friends camping. Because I like the idea of something that's modular. Because the thing with children, here's the thing with children, they don't all like the same thing. So should we do big banana bread muffins? I have these big muffin tins. I feel like I want to do big muffins instead of the little ones. I feel like I haven't ever done large format muffins. And yeah, I think I'm going to do the big ones. Why not? Exactly. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Okay. I need to grease these though. I got my greasing butter up here. Y'all keep a stick of butter in the fridge to like grease things with. I feel like I have one stick of butter that's like shitty. That sort of like has a what's the way to put this? That's like I only use for rubbing in pans. That's like all it ever gets used for. And there's like usually one of those at any given time in the fridge, like just a stick of butter that's like looks like it's been rounded on one side because it has. but I don't use it for cooking. I just like use it to grease things with. Okay. Yeah, wrappers in the fridge. Yeah, just keeping a little butter on hand, right? Just like a little bit. I feel like I wish I had larger muffin paper. I don't. I'm sure there's a way I could do this with like parchment paper. Like I'm sure I could fashion my own, right? But like I'm not all about that right now. I'm trying to keep it easy. I'm not trying to add complication here. I'm trying to like reduce complication. Camille, you have the shitty stick of butter, right? Yeah, just like the butter nubbin, right? Like you kind of keep the butter nubbin in the fridge and it just gets like worn down over time and the wrapper looks awful, but like that's what it's used for. Yeah, just spray them extra. Right. And when I think about what I'm going to do with these muffins, I'm going to cut them. Like when I serve them, I'm going to cut them and fry them with butter in a pan. So I'm sort of like, all right, I think it'll be fine if I just do this. And I'm going to take a glove and fully coat the inside of this. Coat the inside of this so that it's like, because I couldn't get it in all the corners. It's not like a big square pan. And I don't know if this is gonna, I think I'm gonna need more. I think I'm gonna need more than one pan. I think I'm gonna need more than one pan, but less than two. So let's just go ahead and grease this one also. And if I need it, great. And if I don't, it's fine. I'll just wash it and that'll be okay. All right. Good. Yes, the butter nubbin. I think the butter nubbin needs its own piece of, speaking of parchment though, I need a piece of parchment to like wrap around this thing now, because the actual paper that the butter came in is shredded, for lack of a better term. Get rid of that, and we'll just kind of, there we go, fold that up. All right, so pans, greasing the pans first. Yeah, since I haven't made these muffins in this size pan before, I don't know if this is the right size or not. Or rather, I don't know if a loaf worth of mix is like right for one. I don't know how many muffins it makes. I'll just put it that way. Let's say it that way. That's a better way to say it. Okay, pans are done. Grease them. Mix together the dry ingredients. Cream the butter and beat the eggs and bananas. Stir this mixture into the dry ingredients, just enough to combine. Gently stir in the vanilla, nuts, and coconut. Okay, super easy. We need 2 bowls. I'm not going to do this with a mixer. I'm gonna do this with my hand because it's fine. It's fine to do it with my hand. And the butter is soft enough that it will be just fine. It'll mix together well. I do it in the mixer when I like forget to get the butter out and I'm like, oh no, I didn't soften my butter. Then you use the mixer. Right now, I don't think I need to do that. Okay, dry ingredients. I'm gonna put those in a bowl. Sheesh. I'm gonna put those in a bowl. This is easy because I've made this recipe a bunch before, so I have all my weights listed here, so I don't need to do any type of measuring cup nonsense. I can just measure out my weight. To 40, good. And then instead of whole wheat flour, we're using this rye flour. We'll see how that goes. I hope it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. 50, 60, 78, 69, 70. Perfect. 70 grams. Teaspoon of salt. One and a half teaspoons of baking powder. So there's one. And we're gonna eyeball this. That's about a half a teaspoon of baking powder. And then, so that's it for these dries. Now in the other pan, we're gonna do our wets. Jamie, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. I hope you're well. We're mid-prep here. Well, not mid. I think we're maybe closer to the end. We're closer to the end than we were when we started. How's that for a statement? Okay, I'm just putting some of this dry stuff away now. All right, so these are good to go. Hold on, better whisk. There we go. Good as I can be. Well, I hope that doesn't sound convincing, Jamie. I hope the week is. I hope all the things that are within your control are going the way that you want them to, and all the things that are not in your control, I hope you have the capacity to deal with. Cream the butter, beating the eggs and bananas. Okay, butter and... Wait. Oh, I put the sugar in here too. I thought I creamed the sugar in with the eggs and bananas. Okay, guess not. I guess the sugar counts as a dry ingredient. Usually I'm used to making cookies. Okay, obviously. All right, so how much sugar? 160 grams of sugar. Let's add that in. 40, 50, 60. 160 grams of sugar. Good. Okay. Now we're going to add our dries. We're going to mix together all the wet ingredients first. So sugar's done. Now we're going to add the eggs. So cream the butter, beat the eggs and bananas. Okay, so how much butter? 1 stick. Okay, just 1 stick of butter. Easy enough. That is very soft. What do I want to cream that together with? Do I want to use a whisk? I don't know if I want to use a whisk. Let's add the eggs, because the butter is very soft. So we're gonna add the eggs and we'll mix that all together. Jamie says, catch me up. I'm happy to catch you up. Well, we are working through it. We spent the first hour or so of stream just chatting. The first hour of stream, I had a coffee and we talked about how I updated the back-end admin for the check-in process. So your check-ins are fine and they look good and everything is exactly what it's supposed to be. I corrected for the differences that we had in the Toronto stream, the 2 Toronto streams, which hadn't counted towards. Anyway, there's an issue with the bot. I also, but everything is good now. All the check-ins are accurate.
I also changed the way that check-ins function on my end, which makes things a little bit more manageable. You can also now in chat, if you want to know how many check-ins you have, you can command my check-ins in chat. If you like forget how many you have, like, and obviously you can see how many you have in chat now, but like if in an hour you're like, wait, how many do I have? You can put my check-ins in chat and it will tell you that at any point. The teaspoon of vanilla. Oh wait, vanilla goes in later, it says. It's whatever. Then I talked about that. I talked about lurking a little bit and how I'm going to, my next project, so I've had a couple projects recently. One was like the BRB player being implemented. If you were here earlier when I broke a bunch of glass all over the floor and put the BRB screen on, you saw some clips on the starting soon screen. There's also clips now. So I have sort of like some entertainment capacity as opposed to like just the BRB screen or like just words on stream. I can like run clips instead. So we talked about that. Then we started stream with making some bacon. We started stream by putting this butter right now that I'm using out of the out of the fridge and onto the counter to soften. So it's very soft now, and we're gonna do a little bit more with this coming up. Did that, I cooked some bacon, I baked some meatballs, I roasted some mushrooms. All of that came out of the oven. Then we got into the vegetable portion of stream, which included cutting up some peppers and onions, broccoli, more peppers, cleaning some mushrooms, cutting up onions for Sloppy Joe. And then we made Sloppy Joe. So that is cooling on the counter to your right, my left, just next to the muffin tin that you see there. Then I've packaged the meatballs. I've packaged the meatballs. I packaged the peppers and onions. I packaged the Sloppy Joe. That's all finished right now. That's where we are. That's kind of where we are now. I'm currently mixing this banana bread mixed together. We're getting there, and then we're gonna make these breakfast taquitos, which are sort of like breakfast burritos, just smaller. When is camping? Next week. Today is the day that I'm able to prep. So we're gonna freeze a lot of this. The Sloppy Joe is getting frozen. Basically a lot of stuff is getting frozen. And that's all going to be, yeah, a lot of stuff is just getting frozen. So I ultimately, we're not camping tomorrow. Often when I do camping prep streams, we're like leaving the next day or the day after. That is not true this time. But I want to be prepared. I messed up. I should have creamed the butter just like it said before I added everything else in. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that now. I am getting out the hand mixer just like it said to. I messed up, and so we need to do that. So let's do that real quick. Or at least get it a little better than it is. Scorpy, welcome in. Hello. Okay, that's good enough. Jamie, no injuries. I got the glass. Basically, I was getting the potato masher out of the cabinet, and I had a pitcher it was like in a lower cabinet, and the pitcher just kind of like tumbled out of the thing.
And I was like, oh no, oh no. And then it hit the ground. And because it's a nice pitcher and was very thin, it just shattered. And that's okay. And that happens. And that's fine. Hey, guess what? More room in the cabinet. Not angry about it, honestly. Because for as often as I use that pitcher, I move it out of the way more often. So at least there's that. All right, 3 bananas. All right, so we got 5 bananas here. So we're gonna subtract 2. Beat in the eggs and bananas. Okay, so we got 1. Hold on, let's get some strings off of here. 1, 2. Whoop, hold on. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. These are not super brown bananas. They've been in the bag ripening. These are the brownest ones I could find at the store. So they're like almost there in terms of like being completely brown, but they've been in the bag. I did put them in the bag. Okay, so we're mashing the bananas in, and then we're gonna mix in the dries. So sometimes I do this in the stand mixer, sometimes not. So I'm curious how this is gonna be different, like if this is gonna turn out differently. I think the last couple times I've made this, I've made it in the stand mixer. I think we're gonna get some more banana chunk today, which I kind of love. And I think that's a good thing. But we do have to mash these. This would be a good job for the potato masher. Tatsu, been lurking for a little while. Well, welcome in. If you're lurking, I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for enjoying. Thank you for hanging out here on the stream. For folks who are chatting, I always appreciate that. For folks that are lurking, I appreciate that too. I mentioned this a few moments ago, but for folks who do like lurking and who sort of hang out for longer form time here without necessarily chatting, if there was a way to put, so we have Cookie Club entries. This is a question. This is a question that I'm asking. I've asked a couple times on stream today. But I'm bringing it up again because it's been like an hour or two since I last asked it. For folks who lurk, we've always had Cookie Club entries for a variety of things. Chatting is a newer one, number of chat messages. But I want to reward folks for lurking too. And I want to know if it would be okay to have a mechanism for that to be, if you want points for lurking, to put command lurk in chat, which will essentially like start a clock. And when you put like back or command unlurk or whatever in chat, it will stop the clock. Or if you close the stream and leave, eventually you fall out of the viewers list and then it will stop the clock then too. But I'm wondering if it would be an imposition or an abandonment of like what lurking on a stream actually is to require that to be in chat, or like would folks prefer that it be through a whisper, like you have to whisper or send a message to like Eat It Dads on Twitch, which by the way I don't really check, so like feel free. Feel free. But I'm wondering, like, for folks who would like to get rewarded just for lurking, as opposed to like chatting and checking in and all that, or in addition to those things, would it feel bad? Or would you be more inclined to use a lurk command if you had to chat the bot or chat my account or whisper my account to do it? Or would you be more inclined to just put it in chat and know that I'm not going to be like making a big deal out of it? Like if you put command lurk in chat, I'll sort of know, okay, you know, whatever, you're not here. I'm not going to like engage you after that. So general question for anyone who would like to answer that: would it be an imposition to put command lurk in chat and earn
points toward Cookie Club entries. Would that even be of interest? Beat the egg, stir in the banana. Stir this mixture into the dry ingredients. Stir in the vanilla, nuts, and coconut. Okay, so we're gonna mix the dry ingredients into here. We're gonna do the opposite. It said stir the mixture into the dry ingredients, but I put all the wet ingredients into the bigger bowl. So we're gonna do that. I'd probably forget to command on lurk. Well, Tatsu, here's the thing. The way that it would be set up would be if you put command lurk in chat and then you like leave the stream open, right? As long as Twitch thinks you're an active viewer, you would get points, or essentially like time. You would accumulate time. If you close the stream, you would drop out of the active viewer list, and eventually, or you know, you would drop out of the active viewer list, and then it would stop the clock essentially. So, you know, if you forget to do it and you're lurking the whole time, and then you close the stream, it would be automatic. So, like the way that I would be setting it up would be that, you know, if you lurk and then leave, it will still count, you know, a little bit. It will still count that time up until Twitch thinks that you're not watching anymore. It's not a perfect system, but it seems like it would be good. There's a person who does development for StreamerBot who has this as an extension that I could just use right away. I've been sort of working around and around trying to get it, trying to build it myself, but I haven't really gotten there yet. It's hard. It generally is. It is actually difficult to do, to like get it to be just right. There's a lot of like data required. Vanilla extract, and then walnuts and pecans. Okay, so we're gonna add a little vanilla extract, probably a little more than I needed to, and that's okay. And then walnuts, not walnuts and pecans. We're gonna do shredded coconut. This is sweetened coconut, so it's a little different. I'm not measuring this. It says about a half a cup. I think I can sort of imagine what a half a cup of this would be. There we go. And then we will add pecans. This is about 1 cup because it's a 1 cup container. So we're gonna add, I'm gonna take my hands, it says chopped, but I'm just gonna crumble these. Like a lot of these are broken up into little pieces already. These are candied pecans from whenever it was that I made candied pecans before. So this banana bread is gonna have like candied pecans in it, which is gonna be really indulgent, I think. Which is great. And, you know, we're getting rid of these pecans. These are also a little bit stale. So it's good to use them in this purpose because they're not as crisp as they were when I made them because they're old. But we're doing good. We're hitting 5 p.m. here. It's 17:12 Eastern Standard Time. We're doing well on time. I don't have a hard stop today. I think I'd like to be, ideally I was hoping to be finished by around 18:30 my time. That's 6:30 p.m. So a little more than an hour from now. But I don't know if we'll get there, but we're gonna shoot for it and see what happens. I'm just adding all these pecans in here. I don't think that there's an issue. Rather have the lurk command. Yeah. Tatsu, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think so too. I think it's also just an activity, like a change in, it's a change in how I interact. And I want to be, I think I'm certainly overthinking it. My point, I guess, in all of this is that we reward people with Cookie Club entries for chat messages, right? But if you're a lurker and you're not chatting, but you're here, should that, like, I feel like that should count for something. So that's my goal, is sort of like, let's have just time spent count for something. And I don't necessarily want to use watch time. I could. Like, the other thing is I could very easily just use watch time. Like, for every X number of hours that you watch the stream, that's a Cookie Club entry. That would be easy. It would be easier than doing a lurk thing. But I kind of like the idea of, like, hey, I'm here. Like, I'm here, you know, I'm not chatting, but I'm here. So I'm kind of going back and forth on it. That's why I keep bringing it up on stream today, because I appreciate the feedback around it. Because obviously I haven't done it yet. I haven't set it up yet. It's not implemented at all. So it's still in progress. Gently stir in the vanilla, nuts and coconut, pour the batter into the loaf pan, bake for 45 to 60 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna actually scoop this into the pan. I very rarely use a scoop on stream, but we're gonna do that today because it's worth using a scoop for. Let's see, probably like 2 scoops per container. I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. Let me move some things out of the way here as I'm sort of getting into this. I want to just I'm clearing the counter a little bit as I go. And says, I like the watch time idea. I forget to check in, would forget to lurk when I'm just watching. You know, that's a valid point too. And my biggest concern, and I've been chatting in Discord with the person who makes the plugin or the extension. It's not a plugin. Who makes the extension that I'm talking about like customizations and like, can it be customized and like blah, blah, blah. My biggest concern is that requiring someone to do something in chat sort of defeats the purpose. Like, it sort of is like, hey, I know you're lurking, but like, chat. Like, even if it's one thing. And I don't love that, which is why I kind of like the idea of having it go to the bot. But I see your point around like, hey, that could also get difficult. And also, like, in order to message, sometimes you need to have like a phone number, or like, I just think that some people don't have the ability to message, because that's a thing. I've tried to send people whispers for Cookie Club things before and been like, denied. Like, hey, you can't message this person. They don't let you message them. Now, you can message my account no matter what. But like, you know, Sofa says, I wouldn't put a command in chat in the channels I lurk in. And that's my concern. Like, would you send a whisper to that streamer if they never like acknowledged it or like didn't do anything with it though? That's the other question. I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't think I would. I think I just wouldn't do it. So, you know, I think I'm considering how I use Twitch in this, because that is, I think, sort of the person that I'm trying to appease. Or maybe it's just like a channel point reward or something. I'm just thinking for like every X hours of lurking, it's a Cookie Club entry. And like, you don't, you know, there's no like there is. I mean, the extension gives you like the ability to have a leaderboard and like for anyone to put in chat like a command and see who's lurking, and like I could turn all that off, and I would, because like I definitely don't want that. But I'm kind of going back around on it. I keep coming back to the idea of a watch time thing and like just tying it to watch time though, because I think that rewards everybody, whether or not you are lurking or whether or not you take action. It's sort of the same end result without requiring action. And the not requiring public action is what I'm really trying to get. That's what I'm like. My guiding light is I don't want people to feel like they have to out themselves for lurking just to get on the clock. I was thinking maybe it's like a channel point redeem that doesn't go anywhere. And this person who develops the extensions also has a watch time extension that would allow me to like export things. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's like I just do that and export it every month, and it's like, you know, if for every X hours it's an entry, kind of like no matter what. I like the idea of taking some kind of action, but only if it can be completely anonymous. Because I just don't want to have anyone feel like I'm missing out, but I don't want to like out myself. That said, the watch time thing is basically, it gives everyone Cookie Club entries, even if you didn't enter. So it's also a little bit like, hey, I didn't know I was entering. So there's an element of like, I want people to know that they're entering. I have an idea. I am going to use watch time, and I'm going to have a channel point thing that basically just says, use my watch time for Cookie Club entries. And if you lurk and you use your channel, and you can just use like a channel point, like literally one channel point, and I will know at the end of the month that you want your watch time counted. And if you don't redeem that, I won't count it. I won't consider it. That channel point redemption won't have any outward appearance. I think I can set it. I think I can set from my end whether or not it does something in chat. I'm pretty sure. And I think that's what I'd like to do, because I want to be able to have some anonymous buy-in without that. Yeah, and I think some of them do, but I think some of them don't. I'll have to look into that. But I think that's what I want. Yeah, the channel point vote. I've seen that before. I've used that one before, Tatsu. Okay, so we got our muffins ready to go. Let's put these in the oven. About 60 minutes, it says. So we're gonna start my timer. It's not gonna be 60 minutes. It's gonna be, let's set this for 40. Or I'm gonna set this for 30 because these are muffins. They're not bread. Nine says, I was assuming they got entered in the back end. So what happens when you do the channel point redeems for Cookie Club entries is I leave them, I enter those manually. I leave them in the queue until I sit down at the computer, like probably twice a month, maybe, maybe sometimes once, honestly. And I enter them. And when I put them in, then I clear the points out. So, I'll look into whether or not you can use those. I think watch time would be a better metric, but I'd like there to be some sort of buy-in of like, hey, because
I don't want to message somebody and be like, you won a cookie club raffle this month. And they're like, what are you talking about? That's basically it. Like, I don't want that. That's a weird interaction for me. I don't want that interaction. I want some buy-in. Watch time plus a non-entry confirmation. Right. Yeah, because I mean, you know, if someone comes into chat, but also the thing is that people who come into chat, the watch time thing is going to be like hours. It's not going to be like watch for 10 minutes. You know, every 10 minutes is an entry. I don't think that would be right. Okay, everything's in. Everything's in. Banana bread's in the oven, ready to go. Or in the oven and baking. Okay. Where's my pen? There's my pen. So Fluff, I think you get a Cookie Club entry for watching for 2 months. 2 months only. Well, I mean, to be fair, I only stream like twice a week, maybe. I don't know where that, oh, you know where that watch time comes from? That watch time comes from Stream Elements. And oh, by the way, if I use the watch time thing, it would come in and it would come in as it would replace the command watch time that I have now. But I would take the data from Stream Elements and import it into the bot. So like, you know, in the future, if I move over to this other watch time, it's basically just a separate watch time system. So I would totally move everything over, including the existing watch time, so that it wouldn't reset. Because that's important to me too, much like the check-ins thing, where like, you know, folks have been watching or consuming the stream and sort of like, I want that to count. I want your current stats not to get reset. That's the goal. Okay, honey. So we're just making a little bit of honey butter here. That's next on my list. Just going to use a fork for this. Let me wash my hands here. Oh, honey, honey, how you thrill me. Uh-huh. Honey, honey. Honey, honey, nearly killed me. Uh-huh. Hello.
Is that a new shirt?
Calvin's here. Is this a new shirt? No, but I don't wear it that often.
Oh.
Oh.
It's the toot.
Little toot has arrived. That's fun. Is that the thing you got from school that I signed the slip for? The musical thing? Cool. Okay. Now what else you got? Classic.
It's related to a recorder, actually.
What is it called?
The toot.
A toot?
T-O-O-T.
Is that a brand name? Let me see this. May I see
No, that's
this?
what the actual.
N-U-Y-N-U-V-O. Nuvo.
That's what the actual instrument is called.
Okay.
A toot.
Okay.
It's kind of like a recorder. The music teacher said that if you played a recorder, then you'll probably be able to play them.
Yeah, this is
This is kind of cool. I see you have it. I see the tape on here. We're not going to show that, but this is,
Last name.
yeah, this is the like, it's got these like rubber, they're like rubber buttons almost.
Yeah, that's a two is kind of like a beginner flute.
Beginner flute. They're using these in music class.
But
That's
you're
fun.
actually able to take the rubber things off, and then it's just a normal flute.
Cool. That's fun. A little toot flute. I like it. So, Flip, do you think you could still play a tune if you picked one up? I feel like...
And that was the honey too.
Yes, that was the honey tooting. Uh-huh. Honey butter. Are you... Okay.
What?
Are you going to karate today?
No.
No, of course not. Okay.
I did my homework there.
Okay. How come you're not going to karate? I'm just like, it's not a normal karate day. What's your calculation of why you don't want to go?
No, just like,
Do you understand
I
my...
wasn't, yeah, I
Okay.
do understand. I wasn't expecting
Yeah,
to go, and it's also for that.
I know it's not a normal day, but we're going to be gone for the next several morning normal days, and I'm aware that other kids in your class are like right on your heels in terms of catching up.
Mm-hmm.
So the more skips we have, the closer they get to overtaking you.
I mean, they're like a month behind.
Yeah. Over the course of a year, though, that adds up. That's only like 12 classes. And we're going to skip 3 of them right now, you know? It is up to you. I'm giving you my reasoning why I was feeling like it might be a good idea.
I know.
Okay. So if you could play a tune. I played piano for a little bit. A little bit meaning like 5 years.
The instrument is called a toot. T-O-O-T.
All right, honey butter is made. This is going to be for the banana bread, and then whatever else we decide to use it for. It is for their music class in school. It's sort of like the next generation of recorder, it seems like to me.
Oh, I got to go in the cold plunge in the hot tub.
You got to go in a cold plunge in a hot tub?
Yeah, I think,
Okay,
the
sounds
parent
nice.
whose house I went to sent a video.
Uh-huh, yeah, okay. Jealous, I'm jealous.
I think they sent a video of the cold plunge.
Okay, cool. And hot, alternatively. All right, this is good. We got the butter done.
Honey
Oh,
butter.
yes.
I know you said that earlier,
yes.
but I didn't know that you were relating to that.
Yes, it is honey butter. Okay, cool. Excuse me, everybody. Thank you. All right, I smell muffins in there.
And I saw bacon over there.
You saw bacon. Yeah, the bacon's for breakfast stuff. Okay, we've made the honey butter and packaged it. The banana bread is in the oven. Let's put some eyes on this and just see
I don't
how
want
we're
to take my
doing.
eyes out of my head.
All right, those look good in there.
They're coming along that was 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes they've been in there. So I've got another 20 minutes on the clock. Okay, next I am going to do the breakfast taquito stuff.
No tormenting.
Okay. So Flip, that's nice. Do they play together? Or is he like aiming for that to happen? Like try I feel like sort of like with Calvin and cooking, I'm not trying to like push him into doing it. If he wants to help, I'm like open to that. But like because it's something that I enjoy, I feel like often when parents enjoy something, they're like try to make their kid do that, you know? And I'm not trying to do that. Caretaker says my son learned the trombone.
Instead of the drums.
You know, they said something at the concert last night. That was really funny. They were like, we know that like the first couple years of taking music lessons can be tough on the parents. And I was like, that's funny. It was very funny. It was an appropriate statement.
Very funny.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Go ahead.
Okay. What, Cal? What's your question?
What is it?
I don't know. Okay. So you did your homework. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you did your homework.
Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have a sink full of dishes, most of which can go in the sink, or most of which can go in the in the dishwasher. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna put while I'm here. We're gonna put these dishes. I'm gonna put a couple dishes away, and then we're gonna change real quick. We're gonna do a quick game of words on stream, and we're gonna run like a 3-minute ad on Twitch in just a minute here, while I load the dishwasher, because we're in between a couple things. I'm waiting for the muffins in the oven. I'm gonna make the breakfast taquitos very shortly here, but I don't want to get started on that until I have some more space in my sink, honestly, because it's I'll show you all. You can see in just a moment here. We'll do the whole. I'll do the sink camera, and you can see the danger we're in over at the sink here. It's gotten real bad. So we're gonna clean up just a little bit. Clean up just a little bit over here. I have clean dishes that were from before stream that I'm just stashing real quick though, because you can't put clean wet dishes on top of clean dry dishes. That is a crime. That is a literal crime. So let's not do that. And let's get these in. Okay, we're good. Things are away. And we have one more big thing to do on stream today, and that is these breakfast things. And I don't really know how those are going to go. I mean, I kind of know what I'm hoping to get out of them, but I haven't done these before. So I'm hoping it'll be relatively easy.
but you never know with stuff like this. It could be, I could well overcomplicate it as I do sometimes. So, all right, let's go. I got my sink camera ready to go. We got the dishwasher is empty and ready to load. My dish pan for all the stuff that doesn't go in the dishwasher. All right, beautiful. Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna turn on a game of Words on Stream. If you're on Twitch, feel free to play Words on Stream. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch as well. If you don't wanna watch an ad and you just wanna like hear what I'm saying during that time, you can feel free to go over to YouTube. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much. I appreciate you. We're gonna show a game of Words on Stream. The 3 minutes is gonna go by real quick. So it's a good time if you need to take a quick break, get a beverage, use the bathroom, whatever it is that you need. We'll be back in a few moments here. I'm going to turn the sink camera on while we're doing the dishes. Let me just confirm that the sink camera works by turning it on. It does. We're going to be back. When we come back, we're going to make breakfast taquitos, which are hopefully going to be delicious. Anyway, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We're gonna put up a game of Words on Stream. Please feel free to enjoy a game of Words on Stream, or, as I said, just enjoy a quick break. Why does this look the way it does? Oh, okay. It finally. Oh, weird. I messed something up with this. Hold on. What did I mess up? My screen looks weird. Hold on. This is something has gone wrong. There it goes. And good. Okay, we fixed it. All right, here comes the game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We'll be right back. All right. Now let's get our dishwasher loaded.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Most of this, as I said, goes in the dishwasher. So we just kind of, the goal of dishes on stream is to get to the bottom of the sink, just to see the bottom of the sink. That's the goal. I'm just rinsing the solids off here. Calvin asked me what dinner was, and I don't know. So I need to figure out a quick dinner for tonight. Maybe we'll do some soup. Let me see what's in the freezer that I can just toss on the stove. We'll do that after I finish this part here. There might be some soup in there. There might be, you know what? We might just have pasta tonight because I feel like I have some leftover bolognese in there. So we might just do like a pasta night tonight. That would be easy. All right. Let's get the... Good job. Wow. Looking good.
Yeah, today is going to be a freezer dinner, and I don't know what that means yet, but I do know that it's coming out of the freezer.
It's over!
All right, hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you sticking around during the ad breaks. I know they're not everyone's favorite, and I don't much like them either, but they do afford me a little bit of a chance to just get the dishes out of the way, which is very important, because I don't want to do them later. Or I'm not really getting them out of the way, I'm just kind of moving them from the sink into the dishwasher. So we have a guess or two left here. Nope, no we don't. Was that a board or no? I don't think so. It was. It was. All right, well, impressive. Since that was a board, that means we get another one, which is awesome, because that means that I will be, that means that I will continue to work through the dishes, the dish process here, which is nice for me. Eventually, what happens is y'all get so good at the words on stream that I finish the dishes. Sometimes it happens. Occasionally. Occasionally I get to a lot more dishes than I thought I was going to, which is always fun. And very welcomed, I should say. So, but welcome back for anybody who was hanging out. Words on stream is also a good way to get your first time chat out of the way if you're chatting for the first time today or for the first time ever. I will not make a big deal out of it if you do chat for the first time during Words on stream. So just a little heads up if that's a thing that concerns you and you want to just get it done. Just type whatever you want in the chat. Doesn't even have to be a real guest. Could be. Not necessary though. The only issue I have with cooking bacon on a wire rack is that the wire rack is annoying to clean at the end. All right. I don't think that was a board. Was it a board? Sheesh. Y'all are killing it over here. Like legit. I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have little faith. I just know that they get harder as they move, and like once you're into like board number 3 or 4, it's like actually like rare. It's rare to clear so many. But I guess since we stopped between the boards, I think that it probably is. It resets, right? It like resets the difficulty level between when we play. Like it's not, it doesn't continue the same difficulty for the last rounds of Words on Stream. Right. This is good though. I'm getting through. These are the big dishes. These are the annoying ones. The sheet pans, wire racks. That stuff, this is the stuff that's like super annoying to have to clean. And these are the things that I don't always get to while we're playing Words, because they're the last things after loading the dishwasher fully. So if I'm doing the sheet pans and wire racks, you know that y'all are doing well too. That's some real talk for you right there. All right, but I'm doing good. This is good. We got the dish washer loaded, and the big stuff from the bottom is finished. Beautiful. And we're gonna put that in the oven in a moment when we're finished. So, good luck at the bus stop. Good luck at the bus stop. Oh yeah. Now see, this is what words is like. Okay, we're gonna throw you. All right, we're good. We're good here. Let's come on back to the stream, the main stream here. Here we go. All right. We have 3 minutes left on the other on the muffins, banana bread muffins in the oven. So let me put an eye on those, and we'll see what has happened here. I say 3 minutes left, but they might not be finished. I know that I put them in for 30 minutes. It's supposed to be 60 minutes if they're a bread, but they're not. They're a muffin. So we're gonna check them at 30 minutes and see where they're at. In the interim, we're going to get a small cast iron pan here on the stove, and we're gonna make some eggs. Eggs are gonna be one at a time. I'm gonna put them in the small cast iron pan. We're gonna I'm not gonna scramble them because I don't want scrambled eggs in here. I want sort of like a fried egg, but I also don't want it to be like a fried egg with the yolk like in one place. So we're gonna put them in the pan and give them like just a little scramble, and then we're gonna fry them from there. I'll probably flip them once and fry them kind of on both sides, and then we'll take them off. I'm gonna put those on a wire rack to cool once they're out of the pan, so that they kind of cool down completely. And then once I've made, let's see, 2, 3, 4, I'm gonna do 6 eggs or so. We'll do like 6 taquitos worth of thing. All right, but I did say that I wanted to check in the refrigerator and see sort of what we could have for dinner tonight. So we have soup, indeterminate soup. We have also more indeterminate soup. I didn't label this, which is my bad. Bolognese, perfect. We're gonna do a pasta night tonight. Let's do bolognese, and then let's see, what pasta do I have in here? We've got some leftover orzo, and we've got a lot of orzo in here. Let's see. Let's do that, but I also have pasta up here. Okay, we're gonna do like a mixed pasta. We'll do some orzo, and then oh no, this is perfect for bolognese. I have penne. Oh, while I'm up here, I need to get out some penne, because this is going to be for camping. We'll do a mix of 2 different types of pasta. These are from Costco, so I don't know if I don't know what brand that is. It is brand X pasta. Hold on, let me turn that cast iron pan way down. And let's put this bolognese in a pot. This pot will do, because this one has a lid. And that lid is here. And then I'm going to also boil a big pot of water. So we'll get that on the stove. And that'll be good. Tortorella says you're recipe logging. What, are you doing that for like a work thing? Recipe logging sounds interesting. And you made orzo with marinara? Okay. Ground chicken, onion, garlic, and kale. That sounds lovely. I love orzo. It's like one of my favorite pastas, for sure. All right, we're gonna check these muffins. They look decent, but they look a little less cracked than I want them to be. They're brown around the edges, so I'm gonna give them 7.5 more minutes. Very arbitrary number, but that's what we're going for. Okay. So into this bolognese, I'm probably also going to add some peas, maybe some frozen peas of some kind. But let's get this water on the stove, and then we can get moving with our eggs. So I got pasta here. Pasta over here. Let's move this mixer because this is not needed right now. We're not using that anymore today. I'll leave that out on the counter though because the mixing paddle is still in the wash. Yeah. Darlene on YouTube says that Daisy wants food. Daisy is scrounging around. There's a lot of smells in the kitchen right now, and she is she's just licking the floor. Like, she always wants something, and currently she's just interested in whatever is available to be licked off of the floor. That's her main motivation in this moment. So, okay, come on over to the stove, and we're gonna fry a couple eggs real quick here. So this is gonna should go relatively quickly because eggs cook relatively quickly. We're also going to use a little bit of this bacon fat that I had from earlier in stream to fry with. So maybe we can use this view. All right, is that gonna work? Oh, it is, good. Okay, so this is just a tiny little cast iron pan. The reason that we don't have a give Daisy a treat redeem is because she would then have treats all the time. And also now she is not getting treats at the same level she used to because they make her ill. They literally, her constitution, her physical ability to digest is has gone away. So I'm not frying this egg. We're just taking, or I'm not scrambling this egg. I'm just taking the yolk and kind of breaking it up a little bit in the bowl here. And then I'm just going to drop this into the pan. Got a little bit of that bacon fat in here. That's a little smoky. And just going to fry that. I'm going to get it in a nice little circle around the whole pan because I want this to be kind of a circular shape. And we'll put a little bit of pepper and a sprinkle of salt on here. So just a little pepper. Salt is over here. Yeah, and she's just old. I mean, she can't digest things as easily anymore, and it makes it really difficult when she is she will, if she gets any little thing, any like little bit of something that is like seasoned or has whatever, it's just, then she's sick. She literally vomits. And I'm like, I'd love to give her treats all the time, but I also don't want to like clean that up. That's not a thing that anyone enjoys doing. And certainly she doesn't enjoy she likes the treat part of it, but the other side where she's like experiencing, digestive distress is not ideal. Okay, so we're just frying this on both sides, kind of like I just did. I just gave it a little flip, and we're gonna let it cook for a couple moments here, and then we're gonna take it out and put it on the cooling rack. And what I'm trying to do is just make this, I was trying to get this to be like the right, just like the perfect sort of circle in the pan, because I have these round tortillas and I'm just imagining sort of like rolling everything up together. And this is like a good shape for that. So while that fries, I'm going to come back over here and crack the next one. And then we'll dump and add a little bit of bacon grease, let that melt for a second, and then we'll come right back to the frying process. So I'm mixing this egg again. Not mixing, I'm just kind of getting the consistency a little bit. I'm just breaking the yolk up. That's all I really want to do. Okay, so let's turn this, I'm going to turn the burner off. Turn the burner off. I'm going to give this a little shake. Pan looks good. I'm going to come over here, just dump this onto my cooling rack and come right back over to the burner. I'm going to turn it on. The reason I'm turning the burner off is because I wouldn't if there wasn't a camera above it, but there is. And as we have seen before, the camera and the stove are not friends. So this is good. Our pan is hot. This is like smoky already. So we're gonna put my egg in. Give this a little shake to make everything kind of around the edge. I'm going to season this, just a little bit of pepper and a little pinch of salt. And let me take my spatula. I'm using an offset spatula for this because it's a good little tool for this type of thing. And just kind of moving this liquid around so that it's spreading out and cooking quick. And this is looking pretty good. So my burner is on medium high. So this is cooking relatively quickly. So we're just going to take, and you can tell this is a well-seasoned pan because this egg is like moving around nicely in it. My timer's going off. That was 7.5 minutes. Let's just wait for a second. I'll collect those muffins once I flip this. So we're flipping that egg, kind of getting that little rounded piece out from underneath. And then this is just gonna come into the finish here. Okay, so let's check these muffins. Yeah, these are looking good. I think we'll give this like 4 more minutes and then we'll be finished. So about 4 more minutes or so. All right, egg is looking all right. Solid. So again, my pan is really hot, so it's the goal is to cook these pretty quickly and to get a little bit of color on them. But I think this is about right. I just flipped that again. So this is good. We'll turn the burner off and drop this onto the cooling rack. Move my other one a little farther to the back. And then we're going to come right back over here. I'm going to put a little more bacon grease in here. So we're just frying some eggs. That is what we're doing. We're making an easy, this cast iron pan, this little one that I have, makes it pretty straightforward because the eggs are, it's like the perfect size to get the round egg that I want, which is just a little bit smaller than the tortilla. I haven't really determined how I'm going to roll these quite yet, but we'll get there. Okay, so burner is back on. pan is hot. This is smoking, so let's pop that egg in. And again, oh, nope, stop using the plastic fork. Don't use the plastic fork for that. All right, I'm gonna crack my next egg while I'm standing right here doing this, so it's ready to go. Let's give this a little bit of a tilt, get my liquid around the outside. Little pepper. Pinch of salt. And I'm not timing this, but it's going pretty quick. Man, this cast iron pan is great. I got this from my friend Drew, who I saw, not Drew who's been on stream, but a different Drew, who I actually saw this past weekend. And I know we had someone in chat had reached out to him about refinishing some cast iron pans, but he's like between apartments right now, or between residencies, apartment. I actually don't know if he's in a house or not right now. But he was like, oh yeah, because I was like, hey, can I send you some pans to like work on, to like refinish for me? And he was like, oh, I actually can't do that right now. I'm like, I don't have my equipment set up. I'm like, whatever, I can't do it in the place that I'm in. So I think what that means to me is that we are going to do a cast iron refinishing stream because I don't want to wait for him to like move again to get my pans redone. Now, I don't know if that means that we're going to do all of that on stream, but basically I was like, hey, so I want to like strip these pans down to nothing. Like I want to make these like basically bare cast iron again so that they're, you know, they're like ready to sort of make new again. And he was like, well, here's how you do it. Basically you buy like a big container, or you buy like a bunch of lye from like the hardware store, and you put it in a big bucket and you like leave your pans in it for a long time. And I was like, okay, that sounds achievable. So I think we're gonna do that. It feels very Breaking Bad to me, but I think we're gonna do that. All right, muffins are finished. I'm gonna take these out of the oven. At least take one set out of the oven, one at a time. I'm gonna put these on the tray over here. They look good. I'll show them to you when we're finished with the eggs. But we're doing an egg process here, and it's going well. So this is egg 3 of 6. Just about finished. Looks great. Yeah, brown. That's what I wanted. It's just like that sort of like fried egg coloration, but the yolk sort of spread throughout. Beautiful. Okay, pan is off. I'm gonna dump this onto the cooling rack. 1, 2. This is the third. Come on back over here. I'm gonna turn the pan on again. We're gonna put some bacon grease in it. It's gonna take 5 seconds to melt. It's already smoky. There we go. And then we're going to take our next egg. I'm going to mix that. So again, just breaking the yolk, spreading the yolk out. Not mixing, we're not scrambling. We're just not scrambling. We're just starting the mixing process. Tatsu says, how many hats do you own? I have no idea. I own, hats that I wear, or total number of hats that I own. Hats that I wear, probably 20. I have quite a few hats that I just own but don't really wear. Like, for example, I have a shiny rainbow hat that says Bacardi on it. Probably never worn it. Probably won't. Should probably get rid of it, but it's just there. I don't know. But we're working on it. I got a bunch. I don't know. I own at least, also, I probably own at least 15 of the style that I'm wearing right now, like this particular brand. I would say at least 15. I probably own more than that. Gift hats. Well, the Bacardi one was a gift. That's the thing. It was like a friend of mine who's a liquor rep had them for Pride, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And was like, "Do you want this?" And I was like, "Sure." And promptly have never worn it. So, eggs are coming together. I love this pan. This pan is just like the perfect single egg pan. The reason I'm doing these one at a time is because the shape of this pan is ideal for like what I'm doing with it. It's not like I could do these on the skillet and probably get these done a lot quicker, but it's like I love uniformity, and I love the fact that like all these eggs are going to look exactly the same and be exactly the same size. Like, I think that that's worth the effort. Okay, so that is good. I'm going to take that one, put that on the cooling rack. I'm going to bring this right back over to the stove. Turn the burner on. Put a little bit of bacon grease, a little less than last time. Last time there was a lot in there and it felt like a lot. And this pan is pretty greasy. I'm like, yeah, it's great. There's nothing sticking to it. Right, because I'm literally just filling it with bacon grease every time. There's nothing that could stick to it. And we have, I mean, I have more of these Fallgeist. I have like 3 pans that are basically the same size. Okay, and egg. Crack. Tilt. And then season. Yeah, it's exactly like putting water on a slip and slide. Yeah, this is great. I could see if I can dig out. Where's my other one? Yeah. So we could do a smaller egg. I have this pan. This one is even smaller. We do like a thick egg. This is an egg for like a breakfast sandwich. Just like fill it with a quarter cup of scrambled egg, and there you go. Breakfast is ready. Yeah, this is a better size pan. This is a good size for one whole egg. I have that. You know what's funny? That same little Lodge pan, I have 2 of those. I got that from the same friend that I got the Bacardi hat from. That's kind of funny. The fact that that was the same person. Yeah, she was like, I have these little Lodge pans. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. Do you want them? And I'm like, hell yeah, I want that. What do you mean, do I want that? Like, yes, of course I want that. I think I'm going to make a 6th one of these and just eat it on stream. Or a 7th one of these and just eat it on stream. This is looking good. You know, I still haven't used that waffle maker that I got, the cast iron waffle maker. I put it in the drawer and I like, forgot that I had it, and I really should use that at some point. Make the dog an egg. Right. As long as you come over and clean up her diarrhea, I will feed her whatever you want. That's not true. That's factually incorrect. I will not do that. Okay, this egg is finished. Take this off the stove. My stove is just gross right now. Don't look at the stove. Don't look at it. It's hideous. All right. One more. This will be the sixth egg. Let me turn this back on. What do I have those little ones for? I've only used them a couple times, and each time was just for like a little time, like a little photograph of something. I've made Dutch babies in them. The children, I don't know. For fun. All right, seasoning. Pepper, salt, and then cook. Oh, see, I didn't see the thing that you said, get the children in here to clean them up. Yeah. Trying to get to that. I feel like we don't have like specific chores. What I would like to do is just have things in the house that he's responsible for regularly, that I don't have to tell him to do. That's the ideal. Because like, I don't want, here's the thing with men. Men will often wait for their spouse to tell them what to do in the house. And they're not going to be proactive about it. And I don't want to raise a person who's not just a proactive human, who can be a fully functional member of the household. So, I would like him to just see something in the house and deal with it and just own the thing and take responsibility for it. Because I think it's stupid if you're living with somebody and then you're like, they're like, what do you never ask for help? Yeah, you should fucking see what you need to do. Yeah, exactly, Filegeist. Like, if you peed on the fucking toilet seat, wipe it up. I don't need to tell you to wipe it up. God, that pisses me off. Sorry, you just struck a nerve. Like, also flush the toilet. Literally flush the toilet. Unless, okay, there's a couple circumstances where you don't necessarily need to flush the toilet. Like if it's super late at night and someone is sleeping and you like go to use the bathroom at night, you don't need to flush the toilet. That's okay. You know, if you're on the phone with somebody, also okay, not to flush the toilet in that moment. But like in general, yeah, if you see, you know, clothes around the house, like maybe a jacket or something, pick it the fuck up and put it back where it goes. If you see things, oh my God, here's one. If you see something on the steps that goes to a different place in the house, for fuck's sake, pick it up and take it there. That's the type of thing that I'm talking about. Just take responsibility for the things that you see in the place that you live. Trash packer downers. Oh my God. The worst. Well, my trash can is filled with broken glass right now. So, you know, if you want to pack the trash down, get ready for pain. Or, you know, put some robust gloves on. Okay. All right. We're going to do one more of these. One more of these, and then we're going to hit assembly. We're going to hit the assembly portion of this. No, that's not true. I have to cut the avocado, but that's easy to do. Yeah, it's only smoking for a second though. Then we cover it up with egg. Salt. Let me salt my pasta water while I'm standing right here and thinking about it. Oh, that was a lot of salt. Okay, we're gonna have salty pasta. That's okay. Look, that's okay. This is the trick to smoking in the boys' room. Just do it for a second and cover it with egg. Oh my God. Like, what do you do? Why does it smell like frying eggs in here? Like bacon? No reason. Sounds like a day of cursing, Darlene says on YouTube. Well, sometimes. Sometimes you hit a button. Sometimes you hit a button. And then you're like, oh, we got it. Oh my God, Tatsu, I want the end of this story so bad. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, like bring your dishes up. Don't leave your dishes, or like just basic stuff. And it's okay. See, the thing is, like, all these things are okay sometimes, right? If you don't bring your dishes down or up or whatever, every once in a while, it's okay. But like habitually, to not clean up after yourself is gross. Oh, Tatsu. And was anything learned? Was anything learned? Oh, I love that. That's so good. It's the learning that has to be the important part is the learning from that, the behavioral change if it happens. All right. So this is good. We got through it. These are all the eggs. Now, I know you haven't seen this yet, but we have a whole thing of eggs on a cooling rack here that are just doing their thing. I think I need to warm the tortillas a little bit before I can really like roll them. I want them to be pliable. So I'm gonna put them in the oven. The oven is still warm. I'm gonna get out the tortillas that I'm gonna use while I'm getting my rest of my ingredients out and putting the getting like the cheese and getting the things kind of together. Let me get these out and we'll count out 7 of these and then we'll put these, we'll just put these in like a little towel and pop them in the oven. I'm actually gonna turn the oven back on. Just so that it like kind of comes back up to heat. Angry Rook, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should have made 8 eggs because there's only 8 tortillas. I'm gonna make 1 more egg. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna eat one of the tortillas without an egg in it. There we go. There we go. Problem solved. They look like eggs for arepas. They are all perfectly round, which I kind of love. That was definitely the goal. So objective achieved. Heating instructions, microwave. Place them between paper towels, microwave on high, 30 to 45 seconds. Okay, heat them in a skillet. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do either of those things. We're gonna, in fact, put them in the oven. We'll put them in the oven. Okay. Let's see. We've cooked eggs. Let's take this banana bread while I'm sort of waiting for those to warm up just a little bit in the oven. The muffins can come out of the pan that they're in now. So these are the banana bread muffins that I made. They're a good size. They're coming out of the pan easily, thankfully. Yeah, and these are like big muffins. So I'm happy about that. I'm gonna take these out and just let them finish cooling on the rack. We'll put this in the sink. I said I wanted to put the sheet pans, these in the oven. These are never gonna drip. So we'll put those in the oven while the oven is still on to cool. Okay, or to dry. To dry, not to cool. Okay, so we got that done. I'm going to cut this avocado. So eggs are here. Let me wash my hands real quick. We're gonna cut an avocado, which is not quite ripe yet. So I think that's fine because that means it's gonna like slice and not mash, which will be good. And then once it's frozen and thawed again, it'll soften up. So I'm not too worried about the fact that it's not like 100% ripe. It'll be okay. Catalina, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Let's first, before I do that, let me break this bolognese a little bit. So I'm simultaneously like assembling dinner too. So we have this bolognese is from when we did gnocchi for Joe Adultman's September reward stream. If you gifted a certain amount of subs during September, you got to make a meal request. Joe Adultman asked to make gnocchi, asked me to make gnocchi, and I did. And we also made a homemade bolognese that went along with that. The leftovers of which have been in the freezer for a little while, and there they are. So we're gonna pair that today with some Costco pasta because I'm all out of the gnocchi. Definitely don't have any more of that. Let's get this avocado sliced up and then the cheese out. I got cheese that was sliced cheese as opposed to like shredded because I thought it would go easier in here. I thought it would quite literally be easier to assemble these if I had sliced cheese. Now, this is an interesting scenario. I've got a little, like, the outside hull of the avocado shell is kind of stuck, or the outside hull of the seed, not the shell. So that's fine. We just got to kind of scrape a little bit on the inside. Yep, there it goes. Okay, beautiful. And let's get this out now. So each half of this avocado should be for three separate taquitos. We'll cut this into some slices and then we'll just divide them evenly. Okay. So we'll cut this into thirds. Daisy, I need you to stop whining. She is just desperate for anything that I want to. She's like asking for stuff off the counter here, and she's campaigning, and it is. She's a little deaf now, and so she can't really hear herself making noise. So I think that she just gets louder and louder to try to hear herself when she's whining. But like, she is making noise, but she doesn't know that she's making noise. So it's old dog problems. She's definitely an elderly dog at this point and is she's kind of docile because she's old, but she's also kind of a menace because she's old. Her her hearing doesn't work, so she's loud. Her legs don't work, so she's sort of stays in one place. So she like flops down on the floor and just whines loudly for long periods of time. And it's like, all right, okay, but please stop now. Girlfriend, you are going through it. All right. So let's get these. Maybe our tortillas are finished. Maybe they're not. Like, I don't know. This pasta, I'm going to hold off on making until after stream ends. Or rather, no, maybe. We'll see. But I'm going to hold off on cooking it right now. So I'm going to put a lid on the pasta and turn that all the way down. Okay, let's check these tortillas. Maybe they are hot. I mean, I know they're hot. They might not be pliable like I want them to be just yet. So we'll see. We'll see. Softy, hello. Happy Wednesday. These are slightly pliable, but they're also like cold. The ones in the middle are cold. So I think we're going to do this. I'm going to take these and sort of spread them out a little bit. I'm literally just going to put them like around in a circle so that they're a little bit less stacked. And I'm going to pop them back into the oven just like this, like a flower. And we'll let them warm. They're not going to be in there for long enough really to like make much of a difference. Oh wait, the cheese, hold on. When I say make much of a difference, what I mean is the oven is on, so they're not going to be in there long enough to really dry out. That's what I mean. Okay, let's figure out how to assemble these though. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of cheese. And get those out. The other pieces of cheese are going to be for the sloppy joes. So those are just going to come with me, and we'll have those separately. Those we're done working with those. Now these are also for, I have tortillas for the quesadillas, so we'll do those as well. The only thing I want to do on stream today, other thing, is grate this cheese, because this is going to be for the quesadillas. Okay, so let's sort of assemble here. Catalina says, am I having a party? No, hopefully not. I hope nobody is coming over this evening. That would be terribly unwelcome. We're getting ready for a camping trip. I am taking my son Calvin camping. So we're going to be out in the woods, and I am assembling some like taquito situations for breakfast here. So we have eggs, we have egg rounds. These are they're fried eggs that I fried just a little bit ago. They're all sort of perfectly round egg rounds. So yes, you do see egg rounds. I just put those in a cast iron pan and then fried them briefly. I broke the yolks up and put a little bit of yolk on each side, I kind of broke the yolks up without making them into scrambled eggs. So now I'm just taking this thing and I'm gonna roll it, and hopefully it goes okay. I think what I want to do is kind of move this as much to one side as possible, so I have a little leftover like tortilla to work with. Yeah, there we go. There's like a breakfast taquito. These aren't really, I was thinking like maybe I'll tuck the ends in. How would that work? Would that work? Yeah, I think I'll tuck one end in. Or maybe two? I'm figuring it out in real time here. I've never done this before. yeah, I'll tuck both ends in. And we'll just kind of give it a little press. And then these, I'm going to freeze just like this. So let's put these on a sheet pan that I can put in the freezer. I'm going to freeze these and the muffin. These, the muffins, and the sloppy joes are all going to go in the freezer. I can probably put the muffins and these on the same sheet pan. There's not that many muffins, and there's certainly, these are going to end up being relatively small. So I think we're doing good here. And the other ones should be a little more pliable. This one was a little bit dry, not dry, a little bit not, a little bit cold still. So this is, we're gonna kind of move a little quicker for this one because I know what I'm doing. So we got cheese, we got egg, we got bacon, breaking the bacon in half, and avocado. 1, 2, 3, avocado. Going to start the roll. Start the roll, fold, roll and fold, and fold. And so this is like a very, this is, okay, I said taquitos. This is definitely like a little burrito type of thing. It's smaller than a burrito though. I think my intention with these was that I wanted them to be something I could just heat on the campfire during like the breakfast in the morning, that they're not going to be really difficult to warm up. The goal is essentially like just, I want to put these on a campfire and get them like hot while I'm, making a cup of coffee and kind of waking up. And not having a lot of involvement. These are a sort of minimally involved breakfast, as I'm hoping. So we're going to freeze them, but I think what I will do is save these until later in the trip. I think ultimately I'm also going to wrap these in some parchment paper and a little bit of foil so I can toss them on the campfire. On the grate, I can sort of have some flexibility with how to warm them back up. That's where my head is at in this moment. But we'll see how it goes. Okay. So I've got my avocado. I got 2 more for the fire and then 1 that I'm going to eat like literally right now. I'm not putting any sauce or anything in here. We're just leaving these essentially dry. I don't want the tortilla to get wet, and I'm worried that if I was to put some sort of like salsa or something like that in here, that it would get too moist, and I don't really want that. So we're not. Oh, okay. We got 1 cheese, egg, bacon, avocado. 2, 3, 4. This is 5. And roll. This is going more easily than I thought it would. I didn't think it would be complicated, but I was expecting, I don't know what I was expecting, but this is the best I could have hoped for is what's happening right now. So don't Don't look it in the face. We're gonna keep mowing here and hopefully get these last two over the line. Cheese, egg, bacon, one strip of bacon, avocado, a couple pieces of avocado, roll, and ooh, that one's nice and warm. And then that one's, so those are the 6 that I'm going to take with me. I got 6 right here. I'm going to do one more. Well, I got two tortillas left. So we'll do one right now, and I'm going to eat that quite literally right now because I'm hungry. Because I also just want to see what these are like. Now they're not. It's not going to be warm, but that's okay. That's okay. Maybe I'll put a second strip of bacon on mine. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. And I'm not going to fold the ends in because I'm eating this right now. I'll fold one end in, but I'm going to eat this right now. So I don't need this to be. I don't need this to be perfect. I do want to get all this stuff off the counter first, though. Okay, and then this last tortilla, I'll probably just eat that like as a plain tortilla. Okay, so these look good. We got a little bacon left, but that's okay. I'll put that in the bacon container in the fridge. I'm gonna put that in the bolognese. That's what we're gonna do with that. Maybe not in this moment. Let me give this another stir because it's breaking down a little further. I don't want this to burn, so I'm like keeping an eye on it. Yeah, sidebar. I think I'm going to chop that up and put it in here with some peas. It's all about balance, right? A little bacon, a couple peas, you know? That's what you do. All right. This had eggs on it, not just the thing. That needs to get washed. Okay, so we have our taquito mini. I hesitate to call them taquitos because they're larger than I thought they would be. Peas. So I think we'll call them mini burritos. I need to find space to put a sheet pan in the freezer. Well, there is plenty of space. I cleared space out in the freezer before stream, but I need to make it flat so that the sheet pan will sit here. There we go. Okay. And then, all right. Let's try this. So this is what we're gonna have for breakfast. I think I would like a little bit of, I know already that I want a little bit of hot sauce on here. There's not really a question of whether or not I want hot sauce on here. Why is this Cholula not open? Do I haven't opened one of these? No. Didn't know I had new Cholula in here. Great, that means it's fresh. Or it means it's old and it never got opened. Either way is fine with me. Does Cholula really go bad? I don't think so. It's like vinegar. Best by 2027. Perfect. Perfect. So Fluff, welcome back. We made some breakfast burrito taquito things. Finished our muffins. They're looking right. Looking real good. We dump a bunch of Cholula in here because that's the right move. And then So I was thinking that like 2 of these would be a good breakfast, for me anyway. I think that's about right. I think Calvin will eat one of these and be pretty happy. This is definitely where it is where the eggs went. Delicious. Cut this. So this is also, I just cut my bit piece off so I can show you a better cross section. Now this is delicious as it is, and the cheese isn't melted. If the cheese were melted in that, that'd be so much nicer. But I'm very happy with that. Obviously, that needs more Cholula. Not spicy at all. Not spicy enough. Yeah, Catalina, I'm imagining just wrapping these in foil and just tossing them in the fire. And they'll just heat up and probably get like toasted on the outside. That's the goal. All right. Mike is doing well. This is I'm going on 6 hours here. This isn't even in the red yet. Pretty good. Man, this hit the spot. Okay. Well, let's put some stuff away and put these muffins in the freezer and put the bacon in the bolognese. My Sloppy Joe, pop that in the freezer. Wonderful. That was a good idea. It's funny. That was like, that all came from, that idea for that was like just me thinking about eggs, like round eggs, and putting like round eggs in something. And I was like, oh yeah, I bet I could just put those in a tortilla. And we did. We're going to freeze these muffins. These are the banana bread muffins that I made. And it looks like there's only room for 7 of them on the tray, which is unfortunate because I have 8 of them. So we're going to need to break this one open and see what it looks like inside. I'm sorry to report. We'll do that in a moment. Let me pop these in the freezer though. Okay. But that feels precarious. So let's make sure that doesn't actually become precarious. Okay. And we have our Sloppy Joe. We put one of these underneath of it in the freezer. This is not quite at room temperature, but it's cool enough now that I'm happy to pop it in the freezer. All right, perfect. Now this one I'll leave in the refrigerator because Gwen might eat that and might not eat that. I don't know. But that is for her. So we also have our peppers and onions. That is good to go. We'll put that in the back. All right. Where's that baking container? There we go. Beautiful. This is dirty. Let me get here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put this bacon in the bolognese. I'm going to put the peas in the bolognese. We're going to put that back on the stove. We're going to grate this cheese. Then we're going to try a banana bread muffin. So that's the next the next couple things here. Let me get this cutting board. I'm going to use a knife that I already used for the avocado because I don't need to dirty another knife. We'll just use this one, even though it's teeny tiny. And certainly not the right tool for what I'm using it for. But that's okay. There we go. Oh no, I should have eaten a strip of this bacon before I cut it all up. Well, we'll eat some of it. That was fine. Yeah, so where Daisy has been orbiting and whining for like 2 hours now, at least. She just gets in this space now because she's sort of an ancient dog where she just whines. Like the other day my mom was here and was like, when will she stop? And I was like, she's not going to stop. She doesn't stop. She literally doesn't stop. It's just what happens now. Once she starts whining, she doesn't stop until she falls asleep. Which, not gonna lie, is a little annoying, but you know, it's what it is. It's what it is. That's how old dogs get. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have a good one. We're cruising in here. We're cruising into the tail end of the thing. Which is great. We did a bunch today. Been doing a lot. Today was a long prep day. Listen, you're banging your head on things. You just, I can't. I don't know. I got no answers and nothing for you. Go back to camp, okay? Survivor reference. Are y'all hearing this? Like, is this coming through on the stream? Like this level of vocalization? She's just, bro, go lay down, please. Shoot. Like, take your wines to any other room in this house. Any other room. Pick a room and go into that room instead of this one. Holy shit. I'm glad it's not all coming through. It's extremely loud and very persistent. She also, like, wants to be fed. She wants to water. She wants to go out. She, like, wants snacks. She wants a lot that she's just not getting in this moment, so she's very annoyed. She's extremely annoyed. At me, specifically. Chapstick Queen. Stream's been great. We've had a good productive time, for sure. I have gotten through basically my whole to-do list, which is kind of fantastic, honestly. I didn't get through my whole list, but I also decided proactively that I wasn't going to do some of the list because we will have time to get to that tomorrow while I'm roasting some beets. So that's we're saving a little bit of it for tomorrow, so that I'm not just standing here staring at you for an hour while beets roast in the oven. Honestly, tie, what's water? It's water, as some folks like to say. Catalina, someone needs to go to prison for the America's Next Top Model documentary. I mean, you know what I hate? Not hate, but like, people chalk stuff up and like people make excuses like, oh, it was the 90s, this is how it was the 2000s, people were just like that. I'm like, yeah, it sucked then too. Like, yeah, Yeah, sexual harassment was pretty terrible then too. It's just now, well, it's, you know, still happening and still terrible, but like, it's the way that people sort of dance around it, and they're like, oh, but like it was just what it was like back then. Like, yeah, right. We used to own people and not let women vote, so it was like that back then too. Cool, cool. Doesn't make it better. They bullied the girl into going to the dentist. You know, I admit that I watched that season like while it was live. That was Sandy, right? I 100% used to watch that show. Okay, but cheese. There's the container. Maybe it wasn't Sandy. Maybe it was someone else. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember. This cheese is for quesadillas. There we go. Never watched it. Oh, I watched it. I used to like watch it. Like I remember watching it. I remember it feeling like there was like it was always like they're definitely like felt abusive. Like they treat these people sort of, I mean, I don't want to say like objects because like modeling and objectification, but they treated these people like very like they've commodified them, and you know, just for the show. And it was like, all right, you gotta do all this stuff for the show, and like it was very just like embarrassing. A lot of it was sort of directly, you know, preying on these people's fears. I didn't watch the documentary, but like pretty sure I know what's in it. I'm pretty sure I know a good portion of like what the horrible shit that they did was. Right. Well, we've done it. It is 1,800 hours. No, oh, sorry, it's almost 1,900 hours. Sheesh. These are the banana bread muffins that we made. I'm about to crack one open. Are you ready? They're not steaming anymore, but they're fluffy. That looks good. That looks good. That has discernible pieces of banana in it, discernible pieces of walnut. It's a banana bread muffin. Banana bread is the style of dough. It's banana bread in the shape of a muffin. They didn't pay them. Yeah. You know what's wild about TV shows now? Some of them, not all of them, but like the Traders, right? Which I know some of you'll watch. Like the prize in that show is very low, you know, compared to other prizes. But like the celebrities that are on the show get paid a lot to be on the show. So it's kind of interesting. But like, they don't really give too much of a shit about the prize. Because they're just literally getting paid to be there. Bellis, cook went well. We did good. We made it. We made it in time too. I was hoping to be finished by about 30 minutes ago, but like once I realized Calvin wasn't going to karate, and you know, I was kind of less incentivized to finish at a specific time. Megan, hello. Yeah, office environment with interns. Oh my God. One of my old jobs, I used to manage our intern program. And I got in so many fights with one of the owners of the company about paying them. I was like, we got to pay them. I was like, you got to at least do something for them. You got to give them a stipend. like at the bare minimum, you got to pay for their transportation to get to our office. Like you got to give them subway tokens, something. No, cheap. These are really good. These are better than I've made before. I think it's probably because I'm using sweetened coconut. Yeah, Bellis, I don't work there anymore. We had disagreements. I left. They still use interns. Salty about it. I mean, it's not my company anymore. Yeah, sparkling disagreements. Because I thought they were assholes. Well, one of them was specifically to work for. I think he's a hilarious human being in real life, and someone who, if I saw on the street, I would definitely say hi to. But functionally, we did not get along as the relationship that we had was not good because I wasn't an owner, but I had all of the obligations of one. Okay, we have done all of our lists. Great, except for what we're doing tomorrow, which is a very little bit. Ah, we did it. I think that you should just pay interns. Like, I think that because they're working, they're providing actual labor. Like, you can't. I don't know. This whole idea of like, well, it's for the experience, right? But like, they could also just be getting paid to have an experience somewhere else, right? I think that you should pay an intern. I don't think that you need to like give them the same salary or like benefits or like. I don't think that that is necessary. I think that you just need to give them a stipend of some kind. Like I think that there needs to be some level of compensation for their time, because like they're working, you know, they really are. It's real work. You're asking them to do labor. Or just, you know, whatever. I can't. It's like I can't. I don't need to make the argument. You know, 9. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Right, minimum wage. Minimum wage. I think that is a perfectly valid thing to pay somebody. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're about to raid. I got dinner pretty much ready. We're gonna be.
Where is the Roblox gift cards?
In that pile somewhere. Yeah. We're gonna have dinner pretty shortly here. Just FYI. So like, in case you're getting, I'm talking to Calvin. In case you're getting like started on something new, they're in that pile. I will find them for you in just a moment or two if you can wait just a moment or two. Okay. But like the way that you're taking that pile apart is giving me anxiety. Okay. All right. So just hang out for a second. All right. I know what we're raiding today. We're going to raid. We're going to raid a friend of the stream, Ellie Face. Ellie quite literally just started stream. It's 2 minutes in. So it still has the starting soon screen on. But I think by the time we get there, we'll be in a good spot. Let me tell you what we're doing this tomorrow. Before we start that. Tomorrow we're going to be doing our beet cookie recipe again. We're trying it for the second time. I made some big adjustments to it. I'm changing. What am I changing? I don't even remember what I changed. It was like a week ago that I kind of rewrote a bunch of it. we are going to roast the beets and make some cookies. Oh, I'm putting a little more sugar, a little less flour, a little less baking soda, some other changes. I don't remember. We'll get into them tomorrow. Anyway, we're going to make beet cookies tomorrow. We're also going to finish my checklist, and I'll probably go through my camping cooking box because I don't think I'm going to get to that tonight or tomorrow before stream. So I'll probably literally just do that on stream while we're waiting for beets to roast. So part 2 / like the wrap up of trip prep is going to be tomorrow, along with some beet cookies. Tomorrow we're going to be live at noon. Hopefully we're going to be live at noon. We will be finished tomorrow by 5:30 because I'm going to take Calvin to karate tomorrow. So that's at 6 p.m. So we're going to try to get there. I'm going to try to finish at 5:30 so I can take him to that. Calvin, you going to go to karate tomorrow? He's okay, cool. He's like locked in on Roblox right now, so he's literally right here. He's like I could reach out and touch him almost. Okay, let's. There he is. Okay, let's start the raid. I don't know how long Ellie usually has their starting stream screen on, but whatever. We're gonna surprise him. Oh, they're running an ad. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna go in. Here comes a raid. So thank you for the raid messages in chat. There are some links to social media in chat as well. There's probably going to be two links for the social media stuff in chat because I just hit the command and someone just hit the command. But thanks for hanging out today, y'all. If you're on YouTube, this is where we part. I appreciate you. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Please enjoy